Okay. All right. Howdy, everybody. It's Tuesday, and we've got a new set release on Arena today. Uh, a return to Tarkir after a decade? 2014?
2013, I
2013.
think.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Cons of Tarkir release was.
Nope,
No, 2014.
2014.
I'm
You were
sorry. Yeah,
right.
yeah, 2014. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2014 and Dragons was in 2015. So Uh, a decade is actually a pretty long time for a return time in Magic time. With the like era where we've been, it's coming back to Ravnica, coming back to Innistrad, coming back to Zendikar. It tends to be like 7-ish tends to be the time period, which follows up with like the I associate it with professional wrestling, where like after 7 years you can just repeat a storyline, like because enough of your audience will have rotated that like a large enough of them will see it as new. Uh, that is also comics is the place for that as well. But this is we're at a decade later, and we are trying to. Tarkir's been a place that's been hard to return to because it was left in shambles.
The unfortunate thing about Tarkir is that the story left it in a place that people did not like, and it started in a place that people really liked.
Which was the exact opposite of what was expected during development of
Yes.
it. The idea for Tarkir, Cons of Tarkir, Fate Reforged, Dragons of Tarkir, was like, yo, dragons are cool. Let's make a set that's one of the pillars of our set is cool dragons. Um, and the way it played out with the uh, Cons of Tarkir being our starting point, introducing the clans, which like all really solidly landed in different directions flavor wise, and like the names have stuck in a way that like is quite real. Jeskai as a Jeskai, Abzan, Mardu, Teemer, and Sultai for our 3-color wedges. Much like our shards names have stuck very well, and even like have their own style descriptors. Kind of like when I say Esper, there's usually an artifact component that you think of. When I say Jeskai, prowess comes to mind, Uh, and then we threw that all away. We go in Fate Reforged, go back 1,000 years with Sarkhan to revive Ugin, and we come back, and everything's in shambles and just whelp. Uh, all the characters you enjoyed are in a terrible way or dead or whatever, and that's just where we are. Tarkir Dragonstorm is our attempt to thread the needle, our attempt to like flip to both sides, and I want to say just surface level looks like a pretty good attempt at it. We're trying to have Tarkir with like, hey, we have Pile of Dragons, but we also have the different like clans that are easy to stick with and enjoy as well. So, uh, speaking of, let's go take a look. That's kind of the first thing I want to take a look at. With one thing that's nice here is that Cons of Tarkir is a set on MTGA, so I can kind of pull up both sides of this as a comparator. So I guess, yeah, like I probably want to start with I guess I can quick start on story beats because that's actually a much shorter bit with Dragonstorm here. Um, so Tarkir Dragonstorm is following off of a couple, we're still a couple years removed from Phyrexian invasion of all these planes. I think 5 is our number. Or no, sorry, 2 is our number for that, and like 5 is like our bolus invasion, like that sort of point. I think I forget the numbers. I want to say it's like close to real life, but point being is we're a few years off of like our big March of the Machine singular invasion bit, and the biggest thing that we have that's occurred on Tarkir is we off-screen dealt with all the Elder Dragons. It's fine, we're done. One of the last things that we have happen in Dragons of Tarkir as a story point is Narset, who's a character that we followed in Khans of Tarkir and in Dragons of Tarkir, finds ancient records of Ojutai of the Jeskai clan and its downfall, and the dragons effectively turning everybody into servants of the dragons. This is the point where Narset planeswalks, and we've been following Narset around for some time afterwards, in a couple other points, if you remember Narset's card from War of the Spark. But we have, like, the history of the clans is still something that is remembered even in this timeline where the Elder Dragons are ruling over everybody. So we find ancient, I want to say it's like Ugin style ritual where we're just like, you know what if we just like reset the world so that the Elder Dragons are dealt with and we have cool dragons who don't suck. And we do that. We just do that. It's the like a couple of years back we dealt with the dragon problem. Now the dragons are cool. So, what this leads to is that we have in current Tarkir, we have our kind of revived clans, but in a slightly shifted manner to what they were in the original. They still share a lot of mechanical identity, but have some changes to how they play or how they feel throughout. Jeskai, probably the closest, if I'm being honest. Flurry and Prowess rhyme, though they're not the same. Teamers, like the Abzan still have this dedication to their ancestral lineage, which is literal in let me just find kin tree. In the kin trees that their ancestors are like kept within the spirits of. So that's like this. These bondkins. The Mardu are still very Mardu, though. If we follow, let me pull up. What's Zergo's name? Zergo. That's Zergo's name. Sweet, thanks, Jens. We still have Zergo. We still have a very aggressive play style. We still have a very like the thematics of it are still the same. I think the one that ends up with the most shift on it is Sultai, which goes from like dead as a resource to dead as venerated, which is kind of funny coming off of our Amonkhet shift as well. This leads to a mechanical change where we're using we're filling the graveyard not to spend it, but filling the graveyard to spend the cards we add to the graveyard rather than like using them on Delve. Zergo says trans rights are Smasher Helms. Indeed. Thank you, God Proper, for the sub. But yeah, our story as it is following Narset on kind of dealing with like we still have a lot of inter-clan conflict. But yeah, that's just a especially with them being these like burgeoning new entities. But we also have a growing dragon problem in Dragon. Well, set is called Dragonstorm. I'll pull up Dragonstorm. We just gotta have a problem where like we have big holes and dragons keep popping out of them. And we're not really like we have these cool dragons that are around and are like neat friends, but we also have a bunch of these like dragons just showing up and like trying to eat everybody. Bit of a problem. We've had a couple cards within previous sets where that have shown dragons also popping up in Bro. Hi. Showing up in other places where they shouldn't. So we have like Dragon Hole, and it's putting dragons everywhere, including Big Bird Dragon in places where Big Bird Dragon shouldn't be. So that's that's a bit of a problem. We end up, let me pull up. We have Narset working with Elspeth. Elspeth showed up at the end of Ether Drift to deal with some of these problems. Elspeth is in a really interesting place as a character. She, at the end of March of the Machine Singular, or in March of the Machine Singular, like, effectively became Sarah, became an angel, and is, like, a very... Her emotions are incredibly... Stunted isn't the word I'm looking for, but, like, blunted, maybe? She's much more like, I am an avatar of the color white, rather than a person. I think avatar being a pretty good word for it. So following her is interesting with how she interacts with people, and like when we meet Ajani in this set, she does show a good amount of emotion because her and Ajani go way back. Numbed, that's a good, yeah. So we're dealing with dragons, and we end up in our quest to deal with dragons. We run into the most dragon of dragon mans you could ever dragon. That's Sarkhan. Sarkhan is the reason that we are in dragons in the first place. He went back in time to revive Ugin because dragons are rad. As a result of March of the Machine Singular, Sarkhan and many other planeswalkers don't have their spark anymore. And with Sarkhan, this also extends to no longer having his transformative abilities, let's say, where we have a lot of Sarkhan's, looking at Sarkhan's planeswalker here, having the, like, I can just transform into a dragon. So Sarkhan's been, like, helping us out over the years, but he's showing up to Tarkir here and thinking, dang, these dragons are pretty cool, Like, that's, like, a good thing, right? What's everybody's deal? Like, what's the problem? Like, more dragons is basically a good thing, I don't see the problem here. So we have a conversation with Sarkhan, which is, no, we like a couple years ago, we just got rid of all these elder dragons. We're not going under dragon rule. We're not pulling them back here. Stop it. Uh, if you show up next time with some dragons, I'm just gonna stab you. Like, Elspeth specifically is like, look, you gotta stop. And as we find out very quickly, Sarkhan does not stop. Sarkhan has a conversation with our good friend Taigam, who's definitely not scheming, and tells him, "Hey, yo, I hear word about this ritual that we use to like seal some dragons. We can also use that to make some dragons. You should go make some dragons." So we have growing dragon problems. We also have secondarily, I'm looking for detainment. Elspeth and Narset, trying to find their way to the source of dragon problem, end up arrested by the Abzan, basically, and trying to make their case for, hey, this is a big deal, capital deal, and so you should give us a hand in helping with this dragon issue. To which the Abzan, the current Abzan leader, hello? Hope I'm spelling that right. No, yeah, Felithar. Goes, well, look, you gotta let me think on this. And it's like, there are dragons showing up at our house right now. We don't have time. Can you just let us go and you take your time to think on it? To which Felithar says, yeah, all right. You look, we'll deal with this, and we'll think this over. You go deal with dragon time. Yes, Felithar, we had the not the Planeswalker's Guide, the legend bit about Tarkir. Let me find that. Tarkir Dragonstorm. Pulling up my... It's not the release notes, it's the Legends of... Yeah, Legend of Tarkir. Where we go over a lot of our new characters who are meeting. Felithar, who's our current leader of the Abzan. She features pretty significantly in the main story. And yes, Trans Pride, hell yeah. We also follow what's I gotta go down to Teamer. Nope. I was gonna say Elsha, but Elsha's the Jin in the chess guy. Eshki. That's Eshki. Don't mind me jumping around a bunch here. Premier Wrestler. I really wish I could go in bigger on this. But yeah, anyway, we take off to go deal with dragons, and we end up going into the heart of those big Dragonstorms. So yeah, we go to the heart of this big old Dragonstorm, and find that a lot's already going on when we jump in. For one, we've got Ugin in there. But more importantly, stillness is the card I'm looking for. Within the Eye of the Storm, we find an omen path leading to the Meditation Realm. This is Bolus's specific plane that we're currently using to jail Bolus. In War of the Spark, Bolas had his Planeswalker Spark stolen, memories wiped, and is currently held by Ugin within the meditation realm with no way out, until a couple years back when random routes started opening up 2 different planes. So we end up having ways to walk into the meditation realm. You can see on our art here, this does result in us finally running into Jace and Loot. Jace's big plan, as it has been for the last few sets, that he's had no time to explain about, is using Loot as a GPS to find his way here. And then wanting to use the meditation realm as a, like, nexus to effectively rewrite reality. Most people involved in this are very confused and don't want this to occur. Bolas is having a great time. It's actually one of the funniest bits in this story. We walk in here, and Narset and Jace are having, like, a back-and-forth argument. Ugin is like, you all need to leave. Elspeth is getting ready to stab someone. And Bolas, who doesn't even know his own name, is just laughing and eating it up like, yo, hold on. I'm that important that we threw me in here? Like, damn. Like, what am I doing here? Who am I? I must be the most important if you're all that worried about me. I've just been hanging out for years with my brother, who I don't even know. Very fun times with that. We end up, Jace ends up trying to rewrite reality. It goes badly. It backfires and Jace explodes. It's you know, you have a plan, and then you try to take the entirety of universe into your body and try to rewrite it, and that didn't work. We do end the story with a little bit of Jace reforming in a similar way to Ugin in a spirit form. So we still have Jace here, but in some more of a Ugin style ghost. Ugin's not dead. Ugin's like a spirit. It's weird. Ugin's a little weird. Vraska shows up and is like, "Hey, I'm taking loot and leaving. Jace, you I trust you, but your plan kind of is bad." And then Jace explodes. We still, however, after that all occurring, we still have some problems where Sarkhan is still throwing dragons at everything. So here we have our extremely not collected company. We spent some time dealing with Sarkhan. The Abzan show up to back us up in dealing with dragons, and Sarkhan is very adamant that dragons are too cool and should be taking over the plane again. To which Ugin walks out of the meditation realm, burns Sarkhan to a crisp, and says, "Hey, sorry, Bolas got out. I don't know where he is anymore." So that's kind of our end point. We a lot of the story on this is I don't know. I feel more simple. Like we're following the end point of a journey where we've been kind of following Jace doing some nonsense, as well as a I think kind of obvious plot point where the moment we introduced ways to walk between planes that weren't planeswalking, Bolas coming out of there is something that was bound to happen. It is, again, as I said, very funny because we have like mind-wiped non-planeswalker Bolas, but it's still Bolas. So
he's still very powerful, but there's a non-zero chance that he will actually stay mind-wiped, and I actually would prefer that stay the case.
I would find that much more fun if we do have this, like, I'm trying to recover my own memories of who the hell... Yeah, right. Return of Bison in Street Fighter 6, right?
Yeah.
Where Bison returns in Street Fighter 6 without his memories of anything that's happened before, and reacts to who he was in a really interesting way. It doesn't make him a good guy in any means, but it makes him an interesting character.
No, he's still,
He's still
like he would still be Bolus. It's just like,
yeah,
he's not the omniscient god dragon Bolus anymore. He's just a very powerful dragon Bolus now.
but yeah, a lot of
He
our
doesn't remember who he is.
yeah, but a lot of the actual as in here, there's only a half dozen or so story cards because a lot of the actual focus of this set is more on the clans. We're focusing on
Yes.
rebuilding these, and we're focusing on setting up a world where we both have the clans and have dragons hanging out in here, and we have these like we have this really interesting cycle. I love the sieges where you like choose a side of a clan on a card that it matches colors of both, and it usually has some sort of synergy between the two. Do we have the alt art on these? Because the alt arts on these rule. No, the sieges are not sieges like card type. These are a callback to Fate Reforged. The Outpost Siege is the one that is most memorable for these sieges, where you would choose cons or dragons and then have an effect based on the side you chose. This is similar, where we're choosing a clan, and we get a effect that matches what the clan does. We have this white-red one here, which matches Mardu and Jeskai, and both sides here are working for that. And generally have some sort of like matching bit, like again, synergy with itself. But yeah, the thing I want to look at though is specifically taking a look at how our clans have shifted, because we have like starting on Jeskai here is a great place. If we take a look at Jeskai in its original incarnation, prowess was its brand new keyword there, and prowess has been around for a decade for a reason. It's a very strong keyword. It's a very good keyword. It asks you to be playing creatures and non-creatures. It asks you to make a balance in your deck. It asks you to find value in things you normally wouldn't. And we still do have prowess used in the set. Right here, Jeskai Brushmaster is just 2/4 double strike prowess. Like, yeah, all right. But our new keyword, we have a new keyword for each of the 5 clans, which tends to rhyme or like have a similar feel or like match the old style. Jeskai Devotee here shows off Flurry. Flurry is a once per turn on your second spell, something happens. And so we see with I'll just go ahead and pull up Flurry for some of these are small bits where it's like, okay, this is a really small +1/+1 on second spell. On others, like Corey Steelcutter, we're getting tokens that get a free equip. So rather than looking at prowess for like, I'm gonna have a big turn where I go cantrip, spell, you're trying to hit a rhythm of 1/2, 1/2, which is very fitting for the monk, the styling of Jeskai as this martial arts focused faction.
Might also be noticing a thing here of Flurry is primarily here on red cards, because there's another thing that they did. I mean, it's on all of them, but there's more red ones in here. Another thing that they did is in Cons of Tarkir, the color the wedges were the color and its 2 enemy colors. The color that had the 2 enemies was the primary color of them.
Other way around.
Oh, sorry. Right, yes.
Yeah, that's how it is currently.
Yeah.
Because of the conceit of Cons of Tarkir to Dragons of Tarkir, they wanted to set up to a allied 2-color bit, so the main color of a faction wasn't red here. I think it was blue in Jeskai, right?
Jeskai was the blue one, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was like the because Jeskai is blue, white. Yeah, it was the leftmost color in the 3-color combo. Like when you would write it out.
Okay, but it means that the center shifted. The main result of this is more
white, red, blue. Might actually been the rightmost. It was the rightmost, yeah, because Teamer is rug, if I remember right, and
it focuses on green, right?
It was in Teamer was the green one, right? Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So rather than prowess being open-ended and like infinite, asking you for a big turn, Flurry is asking you for double spell, and it's also not specifically caring about non-creature spells, though a lot of what you are likely to be doing, especially to fit in your extra spell, is that.
Yeah, and on top of that, in the same way that there were a lot of also just additional triggers that were whenever you cast a non-creature spell in the sets surrounding cons. Flurry just does that outright, where it's just, the ability is the trigger. It's not the effect.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where we are with Jeskai. Let's move around to Mardu. Mardu, if you remember on our original, was also one of the bigger winners on mechanics. Raid was very
Raid
quickly
and
reused.
Dash.
Yeah,
were both very good, actually.
Yeah, I can't pull up Dash.
Dash was specifically Fate Reforged in Dragons, so you wouldn't get it in.
Because we just have cons.
We only have cons remastered on Arena, so.
But yeah,
just Cons of Tarkir. It wasn't remastered. It was just Cons of Tarkir.
Yeah. But yeah, Raid was reused in Ixalan pretty quickly after, and it's just a pretty good ability. I was like, okay, for having something caring about going into combat and then doing something in main 2, pushes combat as an important aspect of the game. It makes things like Mardu Hateblade chump attacking meaningful. Like that.
It means that Honored Ancestor, a 0/4 attacking on turn 1 is actually a powerful thing to do.
Yep. In our current Mardu, we're still caring about attacking as our main bit. That's still very heavily our bit. But Mobilize is a effect that makes free attackers that come with your combat.
Yes.
Mobilize X means when you attack, make that many attacking 1/1s at the end of turn, sacrifice these. So it's a mix of Dash with this as well, as we talked, Dash being a one-shot attack. So it's still very fitting. It does change the focus from pinpoint attacks to a bit more of an overwhelming force, and also opens up token sacrifice and team pump as more fitting things to be doing when you have a pile of tokens.
And things like additional combat steps.
Yeah.
That's another thing that is good with these, because they don't sacrifice until the end step specifically. Not the end of combat, your next end step.
Yeah. So right here, Venerated Storm Singer shows off one of the different side synergies going on here, where Storm Singer cares about creatures dying you control, which pretty easy to do when you have free 1/1s showing up all the time from your mobilized cards. So Mardu still very aggressive, still very out on the plains, coming at you with heavy aggression, but in a much more wide direction.
Mardu being interesting because they said it was the hardest to balance has also been true historically. Because honestly, most Mardu cards in the game of Magic outside of Cons of Tarkir are kind of junk. Mardu is the one where, unfortunately, most of the time, introducing the third color makes the other two colors worse.
Makes it hard.
Yeah. Because it's...
Yeah, we have our fun Zergo who has tokens don't leave.
Yeah, it's like Boros and Rakdos are already pretty similar color combinations. So when you add those two together, what do you really do with that mechanically in a way that actually makes it better? And then Orzhov is actually significantly different from either of those.
Yeah.
So
the token focus is one that matches with all three, and it makes the aggression real. And this is one I'm super interested to play with because I'm interested in
I'm super interested in seeing what they did with Mardu here
because it's hard.
It seems like they landed it, honestly.
That's the point. So yeah, Mardu still attacking focused, but in a wider, more token-based way. That leads us to Abzan. Abzan is, again, similar, but not fully matching where we were before with Outlast. One of the things that Abzan's flavor was that Abzan was the faction who was going to outlast you. They were going. These are the people who like can withstand a siege for years, and you are not going to outlast their long game. So we have a lot of 1/1 counter focus, and we had this like tap, put a counter on things at sorcery speed. We no longer have specifically Outlast as our bit here. We also had a side thing about big creatures, but that are 4 toughness creatures, but
that was Sultai was the one with the big butts.
No, that was green black specifically. It was
right because they share between the two of them. Right? Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, it wasn't one faction. It was just green black.
I want to say that a lot of those cards were still flavored as Sultai, but you are right that they fit into the
but the Endures, I believe, is the so our mechanic for Abzan is, if we pull up Anafenza again, our spirit here, Endures is a sidestep on Fabricate in a way. Where Fabricate was 1/1 counters or a bunch of 1/1s, Endures is 1/1 counters or a creature of that size. This is also to similarly represent the both like, hey, the same 1/1 counter theming as we had in previous Abzan, but also the like spirit tokens as a callback to our ancestral roots bits. We have a lot of, we don't have the same repetitive long game bit of it. You know, this is just come in, it endures, does its thing once, moves on. Some of these do, like, you know, we do have some that do that, but it's not like you just sit back and build up.
Of note is that I think in general, Abzan is the most usually well done 3-color combo in contrast to Mardu. And I'm not saying that just because it's my favorite 3-color combo. I'm saying that because, like, if you think about like a bunch of like Abzan commanders, almost all of those are actually fun to play because they keep on experimenting with like new design space of, all right, this is the 3 most graveyard focused colors functionally. What can they get to do?
Yeah, and the graveyard focus in this set is actually on our last 2 factions within the set, where we follow. This moves us to Sultai. As mentioned, Sultai is our biggest shift, moving from graveyard as a resource directly.
I mean, straight up had Delve at the time.
So, like, Outlast, as a mechanic, Outlast was fine.
It was fine and limited, but not exciting.
Yeah.
Delve was exciting.
Delve was
it was also as powerfully a mistake as it always was going to end up being mechanically and constructed. But man, in limited, it was really fun to play with and vaguely balanced. In limited and exclusively only in limited. Yeah.
But yeah, to take a look at our other new mechanic again, so the Sultai graveyard focus is still here. We still have the self-mill. This card reads so much better after the
oh yeah.
Oh my god.
This card right here is now only 7 lines of text.
Yeah.
8 lines of text. 8 words of text, not lines. What am I talking about?
Yeah. As I've mentioned before, and this is something that's also true here, like we do have prowess cards in the set. And so some of these mechanics are still around in a little bit of a way, like maybe a couple cards with prowess. We do have a card with Delve in the set. The Spirit Dragon just grants your spells Delve and then makes you lose life equal to mana of anything you cast. This card rules.
That right there is
this is spice.
That's a greatness card if I've ever heard it. You know?
But to take a look at our mechanic we have for Sultai, we want to take a look at Renew. And Renew is, if we take a look at our Alchemist Assistant here, this is a bit of a side take on Scavenge. However, a very important bit, especially looking at the Alchemist Assistant here, Renew kind of does whatever you want. This is not like the power of the creature or even necessarily the direct effect of the creature, but it usually is close to what it does. So
Renew is functionally almost in a lot of ways, Renew could have been a double-faced card mechanic of some kind, like an Aftermath, you know?
Yeah. So, like, for instance, Alchemist Assistant here hands off a lifelink counter. Our agent here hands off 2 +1/+1 counters, much like a Scavenge might. But then on the other side of things, we have this Sage that doubles the number of 1/1 counters on a thing. We have the Fleshcrafter that turns all creatures into a copy of a creature because it was a clone on its come-in. So it's the other side of the card, but it's after its effect. So thinking of this as, like, related but not directly what the card is. But the main thing is it's a graveyard resource, right? Speaking of one of the coolest goddamn cards in the set.
Absolutely. Rakshasa rules.
This card.
And it's
holy shit.
I mean, first off, I love this as a reuse of Decay. I wasn't expecting Decay to like come back almost ever, even though I liked it. So this is cool.
Part of the and this is something once we finish all 5 mechanics I'll pull up more directly, but as of March of the Machine Singular and a little afterwards, we had a change to design of standard sets where we're just going, you know what? One-off cards that reference a mechanic are fine. You can do this.
Yep.
That doesn't mean we're going to be using it everywhere. It doesn't mean that like we're committed to it. It means we can use the mechanic when it makes sense. We have a cool design. Massacre Girl in Murders had Wither, for instance, was a card that just had Wither in this set where nothing else was. We had a Ral Zarek with Storm as its alt from Bloomburrow. And we have a bit of this where like we pull back mechanics for a one-off because it makes for a cool design. And Rakshasa is one of those cards that gets to exist.
They're not just restricting that kind of design to master sets, is the long and short of it.
Yeah.
They're willing to put them onto cards in standard as well, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. We actually like seeing them. They're often very clever designs that make sense in this, for what they're making there. And, they often don't even come up mechanically in standard as being particularly powerful cards. They're just interesting,
Yeah. The part that is important to me about it is that it's not a, like, we're going to take a look at Storm Scale Dragon at some point, and it's not, this means that the gloves are off and now, like, there's going to be 20 cards in the next set with Storm.
No,
it means we can just use, it means we can use them. I don't know, it's cool. Like, I love this, like, weird, like, so this ball lightning-esque thing that also is really good at driving, that's also a sort of wrath, that's also big damage, that also works with our last mechanic, is really cool.
Also, I'm going to throw this out here. I really like the Rakshasa redesign.
I like I'm going to pull up 100 Battle Veteran is a good one that shows off this, like, the style of how the zombies look here, where they have a bunch of body parts made of jade. You can see the jawline on 100 Battle Veteran here. And I think that is, like, a really striking coloration and very cool for, like, what makes the Sultai look unique. So, like, that's our we have a lot more of that with our zombies in here. Our Jade Sword for an arm. Yes, that is. Pull up my. Notice. Yeah, you can just see Kodas's left arm is just a jade blade with a skeleton hand in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's rad. Yeah. Retail Kung Fu, thanks for the bits. That leads us to our last three-colored group. This is the one I think is always the hardest to find ground for under its feet.
Temur is... I mean, there's no card that represents that better than Savage Knuckleblade, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you want to talk about people... People were absolutely 100% correct. Savage Knuckleblade is a powerful card. And it's good. The problem was that there was no Temur deck that wanted to actually exist in Standard at the time, so
Temur's previous mechanic was carrying about 4 power creatures. It also had 8 power total on the board in its dragons stuff, but big creatures. You wanted to control 4 power creatures. And in this set, it still does care about that. If we take a look at Temur Battlecrier here, your spells cost 1 less for each 4 power creature you control. We still have that, much like Prowess, much like little bits like that, we still have the calls to it. Mm-hmm. But we have a different focus in this set that I think is a really interesting turn for what we're doing with Temur, and that is Harmonize. Harmonize here is a style of flashback that lets you tap a creature when you do the flashback to lower its cost by that creature's power. This means that Unending Whisper here is blue, draw a card, then blue 5 for a flashback, draw a card. That sounds like $1 million. But if you control, you know, a big creature, a 4 power creature like our big mammoth here, if this mammoth can't attack because it came in and it doesn't need to be blocking, you can tap it to make this cost 1. So that's the way of our payoff on what we're doing with the big creatures. This is kind of a side effect of moving from green focus to blue focus.
Yes.
Because blue is now our centering color here. All of the harmonized cards are sorceries, with one little exception here. And they are definitely like heavy cost on that flashback, but have some powerful stuff, and the harmonized does have a really nice way to like lower the cost on it. So
yes, very interesting. And also there's the other one additional side part of Power 4 or greater is a more real mechanic in modern Magic, because creatures are more powerful 10 years later.
Yeah.
They have higher power, so it's a lot easier to turn on.
So, if I pull up Alpine Grizzly. Hi, my name's Alpine Grizzly. This was a card that you played in Limited and Cons of Tarkir. Its name is Alpine Grizzly. It's a 4/2. It has no text. Its name is Alpine Grizzly. If I go ahead and take a look at a common from this set, this is Champion of Doosan. Champion of Doosan is a 4/2 for 3 with both trample and the ability to hand off a +1/+1 counter and trample from the graveyard. That creatures have shifted over a decade. More power.
Blue-Eyed Rat, you want to know the absolute funniest thing? Is I renamed Rekindle. It's Lunatic now, so they could have called it that.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, though, they still did that. I did the 3-color combo shifting the main color thing first. These motherfuckers.
Soon they're just gonna hit
every set. There's just one thing that I predicted that ends up in these sets. Eventually, my entire set will be redundant and have all pre-existing mechanics, even though I came up with them first.
I also like the bear.
Oh, Alpine Grizzly's great. Yeah, it's a cool bear.
Yeah,
it's funny that it's fun on a flavor standpoint as well, because before cons, actually, they very rarely printed larger like bears mechanically.
We do.
They do keep the idea that bears are tutus. That's not something that only like fans like looked at and did. They just knew that themselves, and so they wanted to establish bears in Tarkir are big and nasty creatures. So they're 4/2s at least.
Yeah. One thing I think we missed opportunity here.
Should have just reprinted Summit Prowler exactly as is.
No. Put a dragon in the background of like an alt art on Summit Intimidator here if you're gonna do it again. Make it like
right, yes.
Because like we don't have the Summit Prowler here that has the little dragon in the background, but I love the Summit Prowler with a little dragon in the background.
True, yeah, they printed Summit Prowler in both Khans of Tarkir and Dragons of Tarkir, skipping Fate Reforged. And the only difference in the art in the Dragons of Tarkir one is just that there's a dragon in the background of it.
One other bit we have in here, we don't have morph, so like our color fixing isn't like made by filtering into 3 mana 2/2s.
No, instead they have Tubrid is back.
We have this, which I think that sound describes my feelings on Rakshas's bargain. Not bargain, but like I don't like how Tubrid looks.
No one likes how Tubrid looks. It's ugly, but it's fine mechanically, but it is ugly.
Yeah. Like I like playing with it. I hate trying to like call out the mana cost on a card for it. Yeah.
Even that, I think they did update the Tubrid pips here to be more like readable, and yet I still think they're not particularly readable.
Yeah, they're better, but like we're still like come on, bargain. We do haven't got your elf and a goatsy. Oh, hold on, I gotta. Now you're gonna make me pull up a card.
You might wonder, like, you might say to this, like, oh, he doesn't have a ring on. Check again. The ring is falling into the hole.
My God, what is that zombie doing over there?
What is that zombie doing?
Oh, I suppose I should touch on the other mechanic that exists.
Oh, right, omens. I completely forgot about omens.
Yeah. Omens
are much weaker adventures mechanically, is what they are in most instances.
The card tends to be stronger than an adventure because you don't get it in. So the way these work, this is a mechanic much like in our D&D set where we had dragons that had an adventure on them. So early game and late game, your dragon was playable. One of the biggest problems with dragons as a type is that they tend to only exist on big creatures. Early game they can't exist, and how do you stay alive long enough? Well, the big fix here is we're using adventure style text with omens, which are you shuffle them into the deck when they resolve. They don't go exiled and be castable. They shuffle back into the deck, so they get cost at a real spell's rate, rather than like a half spell plus a spell. So, like, you can cast Purging Stormbrood as Absorb Essence early, and then redraw it later to have a dragon. So it's not adventure, but it is a secondary split card on there.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I think that's the last of the major mechanics we talked about. The Omen is one of those things that I'm kind of amazed exists because it causes one of the bigger, what's the word I'm looking for? Hurdles, annoyances in paper because it just causes shuffling every time you cast them.
Yeah, see, funnily enough, sorry to bring up my set again. Originally, Lunatic was going to shuffle those cards into your deck as well, and then I decided at some point, even though I would literally never have these in paper, I would find that so frustrating to do mechanically that I made it just bottom of deck instead.
Can you keep redrawing this, casting the same one when you draw it? Yes. Yeah, there's nothing that stops you from
doing
that.
There's nothing stopping this from Makto's Revenge never ends. It's just, you gotta get lucky.
Yeah, the last mechanic, as it were, is a mechanic from Dragons. We see it on 5 cards that are the best common in the color, the best common in the color, the best common in the color, and the best common in the color, but these are 2 mana asterisk removal spells that all want you to hold it or have a dragon. If you're familiar with Legends of Runeterra, this is literally the mechanic from Legends of Runeterra. Behold in that was literally in play or in hand. So this is the shortcut for all those cards in like Dragon's Roar and Dragons of Tarkir that had 6 lines of text that said, when you cast this spell, you may reveal a dragon from your hand or point at a dragon you control. And then when this card comes into play, if you have a dragon or you did the thing, do the bigger thing. Like
they're shortcutting it very heavily with this text is the idea.
They talked about, hey, this isn't like a new mechanic as is, but it's more of like, hey, we're shortcutting what we had existing. And also, this lets us do some interesting type cast abilities for, I don't know, future elves or something like that, where you can have that as a, like, Dwynen's Elite.
Dwynen, isn't it?
Yeah, well, first I'm not finding it because I don't have the sets on.
Dwynen's Elite.
Elite. Where it's like, if you control another elf, do the thing. Like, it's pretty easy to, like, okay, we can have that.
To make it be behold another elf instead and get the effect off of it. If you, can't do it if it's on the field already. You can do it if it's on the field already, or if it's in your hand, kind of the idea.
Didn't an old set do some of that stuff before? Yes, it was called Dragons of Tarkir.
Yeah. They also recently had similar effects as well in the form of, I think there was one in Duskborn actually, even, which was like reveal or
it holds up the slime with the changeling. But yeah, we've been doing a little bit the Giants, Rogues, Merfolks one. Oh, we've had similar bits with Rensrun Vanquisher. Sorry, like in Lorwyn original. There were a cycle of uncommons that had reveal a blank or cost more. You know?
Hey, this is also a thing of, like, if they ever do legitimately bring Kindred mechanically back, then, that's another bit of, like, working and power it for them as well. They probably still won't ever because it is the weirdest super type, but, All
right. It's the super type that if they did it these days, I'm convinced it wouldn't be a super type. It would just be.
Yeah, it's like, if they were to do it these days, there's 2 different things that there's 3 different like super types that exist or aren't super types that exist that would be like that. Basic would be allowed on more than just lands. So all those cards say you can have as many as you want in your deck, then that would be like just those would have basic on them.
Mm-hmm.
Instant would be a super type instead of being a just a type.
I think that would be a mistake. I don't think.
I think no, you don't do that now. But if you did that at the start of the game, basically, you'd never be able to change it now.
I'm still of the opinion you don't want to do that later because I don't like hiding instant as like pull out your microscope to find the combat trick sort of thing. Like I played not Hearthstone. I played WoW TCG.
WoW TCG.
They did that and like it was just like it was so easy to miss. I get it though. It would, but then, would you have instant sorcery then?
Yeah, that would be like. I don't think that's a problem, personally. The only reason why that's a problem is because we already consider instant to be a type on its own.
Yeah,
if you grew up with it, then it wouldn't be weird,
I know.
And then the last one is that it was basic, instant, and Kindred not being a super type would have been an important thing for them for that.
Yeah, Jessica. All right. Let's do some drafting. The sealed, you can pick. So the pre-release for this, you also get to pick your clan for like having a seeded booster. This is something they did back in the. They did this with the original Tarkir, where you got to pick your like dragon or clan. Anyway, we're looking for Premier Draft. All right. Of note, we have our notes about like, hey, Mardu mobilize, Jeskai 2 spells, Teamer, Harmonize, Sultai, Renew, Habzan, Endure. Our other notes are not on allied colors. They're on the other enemy pairs that's go between them. So between Mardu and Jeskai, we have this like token strategy of like a go wide where we're trying to do double spells and pump in that way. It's more the token base. Here, we're trying to use Harmonize to go spell, flashback spell to get your flurry effects. Here, we have both of the graveyard strategies with both... I don't think that's supposed to say mobilize.
Then use mobilize over... Yeah, that's
I think
supposed to say mobilize.
I think it's supposed to be harmonize.
Yeah, harmonize or renew.
Also, this isn't supposed to be... Hold on. That's not supposed to be Celestia. That's supposed to be Golgari there.
Yeah, there's a few mistakes in here.
Yeah,
they must have...
And then we have the sacrifice plan.
The arena team must have actually had to work pretty quick to get this out then.
Yeah, they shifted the way that arena, for one, 2 months instead of 3. But for 2, they shifted the way that they like are pre-patching. Something, the infamous affinity for the lizards. Yeah. So they pre-patch it a week before.
And they might have actually just not gotten full information when they were writing this up or something.
Or just that means it was a week quicker than usual. You know? They call it Horde instead of Mobilize.
Oh yeah, the word Horde is down there. Hold on. It's under the workshop one. Yeah. Temporary creatures from hordes to get extra use out of those creatures. I wonder, was that a temporary like name for that mechanic that they never sent them over? That's not what it's called.
Mark Rosewater had an article written about talking about all 5 of these Tarkir, Dragonstorm. Because the thing I remember about it was the initial mobilize in design didn't have the temporary bit.
That's
for the first. That one did not. I'll have to say that didn't last long.
I'm not surprised because if they want to talk about being difficult to balance, I feel like 3 extra guys every turn on like a billion creatures. That's pretty hard to balance.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't talk about... Oh, that's fine. We'll just draft the dragon anyway. All right. Let's jump on in.
Get in there.
I think what it is that the Celeste... The
Num and pod capacity.
Waiting for. Num. But yeah, the Golgari being counters, it must be Celestia in there because it's always Celestia who's the counters, under most circumstances.
Yeah.
All right, our rare here
Sidisi.
is Return of Sidisi. Sidisi here has sack a creature, pick up a creature of X+1 cost. We have our Alchemist Monkey. This is the Lifelinker rebuy. We've got Stalwart Successor. This is whenever counters are put on a thing, you get an extra counter. That's a pretty good direction for that cheap. We've got this is Regrowth at instant speed. This is the card named Regrowth at instant speed.
Wow, I mean, I guess this is part of them shifting the green one to only permanents.
And then the blue
in it. It can just do anything else now.
A deck can have any number of Tempest Hawks.
Tempest Hawk.
I'm gonna go with. We could go with this has like a weird cascade on it. I'm interested in like this as a direction because it tells us like, hey, we want to go with like counters and stuff. I'm not. CDC doesn't interest me for limited.
CDC's more of a constructed card reading it.
So, let's see what we get. Maybe we can see we've got Forebear. Whenever a creature dies and this is the grave, you can pick it back up. Sonic Shrieker. God, this card's wild.
Deals 2 to any target. When this creature enters Lightning Helix.
And then also if it can be
it's half of lightning at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. We got that. We got Goblin Maker. We got our Tandem Goblins. We got Treasure Maker. This is our like a little bit of fixing bees. We got the big turtle. Worthy Cost would be fine. Same with Enoch Wayfarer. I'm I'm willing to switch up to this because I think this is a powerful enough friend to turn to. And see where this goes. Maybe just like this is a bit of an issue with like, hey, when you're doing like 2-3 color stuff, you have to be like,
ooh, Frontline Rush.
Ooh, this is really strong. So Frontline Rush is either 2 goblins or Might of the Masses, which is pump equal to creatures you control. Instant speed on both, which makes it a really powerful raise the alarm. That's also a trick. Yeah. We can also, we'll see how much what sort of like 2, 3, 4 what colors we do.
Reputable merchant.
Yeah.
It's true that would definitely get into that creature would definitely get into a fight with legitimate businessmen and win.
Yeah. Encroaching Dragonstorm. So these all pick up when a dragon comes in. They're kind of like, yeah, we got the same bits here with our loot on the Teamer Tawny back. Maybe with the Frontline Rush, see if we can keep on that direction. We'll see if like black ends up being still good here. Dragon's Prey, really funny. This costs more to target a dragon.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand kind of where that's coming from. It basically gives dragons have Ward 2 against this card.
Yep. We've got a Nurture Endures here. Globe makes dragons come 1/1 counter and gives a mana color. Not a lot in red or white that I'm super into here. We could pick up the Dragon's Prey. We could pick up some of the like bodies around here that flip around. Like black keeps us in Mardu and keeps the Stalwart successor online.
Yeah.
I don't know how good Dragon's Prey actually plays if it's 5 mana to kill a
Battle Hardened Veteran is the
This is just you can cast from your grave.
Yeah, it does come into onto the field of finality, so you only get to do it once. But yeah. You just get to get it back.
What are the
Bloodflies?
You have a counter. So there's a couple of things that like having a bunch of different counters around. Sarkhan's Resolve is good. This is actually a really good one. This is Plummet in a set where Plummet's really good, or Giant Growth. Rescue Leopard? What am I actually focusing on? I don't know where I'm focused right now. Okay, hi.
Fellothar, Dawn of the Abzan. Okay. Sacrifice an all-in permanent, put +1/+1 on each creature you control. That's pretty good.
Yeah, she's got some power to the team pump here. You know what? Okay, what if like the red gets to be a
You want to try to go for it? That four color?
Yeah. Alright, let's try and keep okay, here we go.
Hold on, nope. Bloodfell Caves is on color fixing.
So is Sagu Wildling.
That's true too.
This is
also a dragon, and it's a reasonable one.
Yeah.
Also, green flying.
Yes. In this set, green gets to have, because we're in Dragon World, flying is everywhere. It does still have, like, you see this is a 3/3 flyer for 3 other colors that are better at flying, get better creatures at this
yes,
size.
It's just...
But...
It's always exciting to see green flying, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm willing to pick up
That has always been the rule of if it's a non red dragon, then it is always allowed. I mean, red already is a color that's actually really bad at flying too. It's the second worst at flying. So that means that dragons getting flying is honestly irrespective of the color even. It's just a thing that on the creatures they have.
I'm looking between Sage here, which is like comes in with a counter and then it can double counters, or just Einok Wayfarer, which picks up a land when it comes in.
Sure. I mean, this is like that mole.
Agent. Sure. I don't hate this.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Worthy cost came back.
Worthy cost. We'll want to have some bodies around off of our like Abzan stuff that'll pay for this. Merchant is also here, but I like the removal. Sorry, Turtle. Maybe we'll get
Abzan and Mardu together do mechanically share space of creating and eating tokens, so.
All right, let's take a reputable merchant.
Yeah, Nurture is fine.
Yeah. Blood flies.
All right, let's see what our next rare is.
Windcrag
Siege.
If a creature attacking causes you to trigger an ability, double it or make a 1/1 haste.
Mobilize twice, basically.
Okay. That is compared up against Salt Road Pack Beast. This card's wild.
Yeah.
Mobilize, obviously, with this makes some power. I'm gonna believe in this on the splash. Free tokens. We have things that like free tokens. All right.
White is absolutely our third right now. It is a. I mean, that's great. No matter what, it's a fantastic thing to see.
Ah! I love this one. Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, white's our third, and red is our, like, fourth, so Nomad Outpost fixes all that. Looks like we have black-green is kind of the focus we're looking for.
My effect holds strong.
Ooh, this is a fun cycle.
Okay, hold on. Tapped unless you control planes or an island. Okay.
And then you can exile top card of your library, play it until you end of your next turn.
Mm-hmm. Turn target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less, or another fixing.
Yeah, this one's not.
That one's for blue. It's not like.
That
is functionally just a
double fight.
Upland Plateau. Forget what the red-white one is.
Is this thing? Top 3, 1 on top. Certainly not the thing I've at. I'm gonna go with this champion. I don't know if that's really what. Okay, that's funny. Being in combat, put a 1/1 counter on another creature control? Sure.
Sure. What is the Omen guy here? Yeah, just one counter. Oh, hold on. It does the same thing, but on a spell instead, and also draws a card.
Also draws a card. Also got
when it enters exile up to 2 Bloodfall Cliffs. Yep. Up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard.
Yeah, Death Touch on big
flyer. Has to be from a single graveyard, not up to 2 cards from graveyards.
Not caring about this. I believe in you. Frontline Rush. Rally. This is 2 monks. Kill a thing. +2/+2/+2/2.
Unrooted Ancestor.
One of these Gorgers.
Indestructible. Death Gorger comes back. There's also another Frontline Rush.
They also just have this 4/4/4 too. Here.
True.
I'm not as interested in the red because I wanted to be like Molten Exile is really good, but like that's kind of our weird splash, and like it's hard to.
True.
Whenever you attack, target creature gets +X/+X, where X is the number of attacking creatures. Okay.
Whenever new Victor. Reigning Victor.
Ah!
The thing is, I guess, if you have the Windcrag Siege, you might be interested in combat, sort of combat triggers.
Yeah. All right, I might get some of the fixing going. This deck has got some color problems.
This deck is gonna want fixing. You're gonna just slam those whenever you can.
Ooh, I love this card.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. Yes.
Yeah.
Skull Clamp once.
Rugged Highlands, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
This one's a funny change on like the Orzhov Youthist bit. Cove, Monastery. Mystic Monastery is still technically fixing. Bloodfell Caves is... Okay.
All right, I like our fixing that.
We're a little bit... We're doing better. We're doing...
The fact that a bunch of relevant fixing showed up at the end here is actually kind of nice.
I'm worried about, like, just the game plan of our deck. I feel like I'm a little too wide to be, like, consistent.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the deck does yet, is the main thing.
I haven't figured that one out yet.
But I like the cards individually.
We're working on it. We're working on it. You know, I need more, like, stuff to do early. I need more things that kind of, like, pull the deck together.
I don't know.
Like, some token generation.
I don't know what the speed of this format is yet.
No idea.
Middle finger curve might be functional, given that Khans actually was fine with that for the most part. It was a relatively slow format.
Just play good cards.
Yeah.
Attack 3 or more attacking creatures, draw a card. Sure. Ooh.
Warden of the Grove.
At the beginning, you got to put
Hero of the Beach.
This card's nuts. So at the end step, put a 1/1 counter on it, and whenever another non-token comes in, it gets an Endure of X, where X is the number of counters on this.
Oh, that's actually really good for, like, all of the cards in your deck that you, like, have special effects right now.
Also, the Hollowberg Siege is also really good. We can't pick that up, sadly, but, like, the Abzan effect on that is 1/1 counter menace. This one's obvious, though.
Yeah, like, that card just interacts too favorably with, like, most of your deck.
Bardu Siege!
Bardu Siege Breaker.
Enters exile target creature you control until it leaves play. When this attacks, make a copy of that for each.
Oh, that's dope. That's a cool card. But also a second Felithar.
What if I take another copy of Felithar? Like, what if she's
Dang, Felithar also with Windcrag Siege. Eat 2 things, you get +2/+2 on everything.
Yeah, God. Abzan Monument would also be, like, reasonable. These are, like, a replacement-ish level things for the banners.
Yeah. Oh, man.
No thanks.
Print runs, man.
No thanks. I'm just gonna take, like, fixing RS.
I like this, yeah. I mean, that's a fun little bit of, that's a fun use of Harmonize, I feel like, too.
Yeah. Trade Rat Envoy. When this creature enters, draw a card. If you control a creature with a counter on it. If you don't, put a 1/1 counter on this? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Approaching Dragonstorm, grab 2 basics. Ooh, hold on.
Sure. Or... Oh, wow, that is a hell of a sack outlet. Look at that. That's only 1 and sack a token.
Yeah.
You get to eat all of your mobilized dudes, of which I think you have like 1 card.
I don't think we have a lot of cards mobilized here. I might be overvalued.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe I don't actually care about that because we don't have the mobilized to care about it.
Yeah, I don't think you do, actually.
That's fine. We'll just find some mobilizers in the last 3 cards here. Victor? Yeah, alright. Sure. Oop, Nomad Outpost.
Outpost number 2. Let's go.
Right. We also have this cycle, which is like filter. That's actually.
That's an invincible filtering dork.
I kind of value that.
That actually gets eaten constantly.
Yeah.
Right? That's the idea, because it just keeps coming back.
All right, another dragon that fixes. That's good. Victor. Abzan Monument, sure.
Dude, you got a Battlefront back? Anyway.
Okay. We're a little lost in the sauce as far as what this deck is doing, but, like, we'll figure it out.
I like it, though.
The red is basically only here for Windcraft Siege and our dragon. I think one of the things, so thinking about how I want to approach this set, and like this definitely didn't do that the way I wanted, is more, I want to find like a 2-color focus, and then branch out into 3 or 4 from there. I would much rather...
Yeah, instead we immediately jumped into 2 3-color combos,
yeah.
so...
Yeah. Veteran, you, Doosan, Fixing, Warden, Raider out, you. And then, like, Stalwart Successor, Wind Siege, Shrieker, Felithar, Reputable Merchant, Abzan Monument. Locks on Battle Priest. Yeah, green-black is where I think we wanted to turn it, and then move a little bit more on blue, but it's probably still fine.
I feel like we can pull it off still.
Oops, hold on,
How was that? Why are the lands just called Scattershot right here?
Because they match
their rarity.
No, they match the color combo. They put them with the color combo, even though they're colorless.
Mm-hmm.
One mountain's fine because we can search that. 3 plains. We have a few cards for that. 41. We have 2.
Want to play that Battle Priest?
Absolutely. Yes, I think this card's actually quite strong. For 5?
Okay.
I think so.
Sure. You gotta cut something for your 3s, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Like, if we just want, like... Film third.
Enters or dies. Gets eaten really well, is the thing.
Yeah. And this makes 2 bodies.
Mm-hmm. Nightblade Brigade makes 2 bodies. Kinfree Nurture makes 2 bodies. Champion has the renew ability, so it will go off after you eat it or something like that, or it dies.
Roamers.
That's a fixing card.
This is...
Warden of the Grove is obviously necessary for your deck, functionally.
Might be the Merchant, then?
Merchant's probably the weakest card in your plan. It's also, like... You know, one of the 3... It's going to likely, in a lot of situations, be 4 cost and not 3.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with that and call this good.
Yeah.
Alright, let's
see what it does.
Let's party.
This is at least day 1 for the public here, so that means that a lot of people don't know what they're doing yet. So you can ride pretty far off of off of that.
I don't know that I want the tapped red-white land. I could have included that, but like...
I don't think you do, actually.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, 3 colors.
Yeah,
somehow, 3 different types of basic in your hand. Still not all colors available to play your entire deck.
3 colors and a fixer.
Oh, I like this board.
Yeah. This is like the alt art siege looks. I'm not a buddy.
Hey, got a 2-drop. Well, you had a 2-drop as well, but...
Yeah. Where's my... I'll have to change that after this. Alright.
Ooh. Blue-red, chances are would be some form of damage-based removal if they got it. This is end step, so it will go off kind of no matter what now.
So they need...
They didn't have a, unless they full patch, they didn't have a...
Okay. Oh my god.
There it is.
Well...
Sonic Trigger wants its ability to go off on a creature, right?
No, if it hits a player, it lightnings. If it hits a creature, it just hits a creature.
Okay, so you actually do want to generally apply that to your opponent's face if you want to.
Yeah. So this
and
is...
like...
This one's pretty cool. It flips.
And can very expensively become unblockable.
All right.
Which plan do you want?
We want forest.
Black and green are our 2 primary colors, and forest I don't think we have a single double black in the deck. I don't know if we have a double green in the deck either, actually.
So
that's understandable, though.
Yeah, the combo we were about to be setting up with our board there is
it's gross. Yeah, you're about to just go off there.
Because this says whenever a creature comes in, it endures, and then we get bodies, and then we can sack the bodies to 1/1 the team, which makes our endures bigger. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. It was about to get nuts. Also, Abzan Devotee gets to be eaten every single turn as well.
Yum.
Like
I love eating.
You can spend it on that instead.
Very few double pips in the set. Makes sense. Like, in a multicolor set, oh, I was supposed to go add my buddy back on the left there. That's fine.
You'll do it next time. It's fine. Wow, look at that. What the hell? Shades of Dragon's Maze.
Easiest. Right, it's really easy when you just draw your cards. Anyway, I'm playing
also,
Naya.
How about Warden of the Grove and 2 Felithars in your hand right now?
So we're gonna go Warden pass. And then so they need a kill spell. That doesn't look like a kill spell yet.
No, but it is this
is a cool card, by the by.
Mm.
This is a Death Toucher, which means I can't. Do they have a?
Felithar is just an attack trigger, not when this.
They do,
attacks, right?
Yeah, -3/-3. Okay, they did have one, which they absolutely needed to have, or else things were gonna get really bad there. I don't like this. This actually is really bad for us. The single Surveyor ends the game very quickly.
Yeah, we don't have much in the way of removal, so.
No, Felithar wants to come down with a board. Oh, I'll decline, thanks. Because this is gonna
well, you know, Felithar can sack themselves. Again, all right.
Yeah, this is stock up.
This is
but it goes to grave. Ungiven. Yeah, this goes to grave. Free. Yeah, it does go to grave.
This is gifts ungiven, but you choose both halves of it.
All right, desperate measures is
that's actually pretty good. You have a second Felithar. That's not like a bad attack in.
Yeah, the question is if I want to battle priest first, and then how do I want to deal with? How do I want to deal? Like, Because like we can kill off the devotee if we wanted. But I don't know that really gets much. I go for the trade and then, like, draw 2 and then play Felithar again. And try that because I think we need to draw a kill spell to be in this game.
Yeah, that's my thought as well. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, then you just kill...
Lifelink hexproof on that trick, too, if they end up getting white mana from anywhere. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that draws. They also have to consider at what point they, like, start making 1/1s. Okay, we're gonna go Jungle Hollow. Battle Priest. Battle Priest, pump Felithar. Felithar in. Sack the monument. Okay.
Yeah, you actually are in a decent board place.
Yeah,
right now,
we can now threaten, like, so they didn't draw 5th land last turn, which means they didn't grab it off the bargain, which is, like, we know that they're kind of, like, full up on hand. I'm guessing they've got a kill spell at the ready. But the question is, like, I think they're just going to start making 1/1s with the Surveyor to start blocking.
Yeah, there's still Drain you want.
Yep, there's the, okay. Remove all counters from a creature. That makes our Felithar smaller. I think they make 1/1 blockers. I'd be stunned if they did anything else. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's a creature we can just slap onto the board.
Yeah.
And then, you know, repeatedly Felithar.
Pick it up, play it. That was a very good mill. So I want to... Thinking about how we're killing here.
I think you do the same thing you just did, don't you?
Right, but
like,
they can do double block on Felithar, but we have another Felithar, so that's okay.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I think that's okay.
I'm gonna go in with the...
Yeah, going with both. I like that. Because they don't have an easy block on Lockstone Battle Priest. I mean, they have an easy block, but it would be chomping, you know?
Yeah. Alright. I think they just have us dead, though? Like, we don't... Here's the thing. We don't have an answer to them ever. Like, there's no us playing around 9 in the air.
Yeah, that's kind of a big problem.
None of my plays played around 9 in the air.
None of your plays could play around 9 in the air.
Yes. Yeah.
I guess that's something to keep in mind that, unlike in Ether Drift, where, you know, you get to these board stalls because of the relatively low amount of flying and stuff, this is the opposite. There's a ton of flying in this set because there's dragons all over the place.
I mean, we have a few of them in those, like, Lay of the Lands that later are flyers that gain life.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, like, that's something to keep in mind. Flying evasion is actually
that 2-drop they played.
Being able to answer evasion's important.
That 2-drop they played was like, what if, like, Bitter Blossom just attacked me? Like, that's like pretty good. That one's like pretty strong.
Yeah.
God, this game's like really easy.
What are you doing?
It seems like super easy. I don't. People having problems with, like, colors. I don't. It's like kind of easy.
This is ridiculous.
Like, what if...
Criminal behavior.
So this is counters put on a creature, put a 1/1 counter on the creature. I'm gonna go ahead.
Saga Wildling is what on the Omen?
The Omen on Saga Wildling is Lay of the Land.
Right. Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and
not. It's not actually even required to play. You have the mana to play that card on its own. So.
Go grab second black. Yeah, we did pick up a lot of fixing.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the successor. If we can find anything that makes...
Oh, beautiful. No play on 3. Let's go. Also, our only removal spell. Let's go. Not our only, but you know what I mean. Our only is only spell.
Removal spell. Yeah, like... Alright. Teamer Devotee. It's a 3/3 with Defender that filters. And shock. Okay, alright.
Alright, survey.
No thanks.
You don't need that.
I'm good.
Get that out of here.
So they can recur this for 4 with this Defender.
That costs 3 now.
Yep. And they discarded Ah, they discarded travel prep.
Dang, that is a good card to harmonize out. Dang. Warden of the Grove. When you swing in with Nightblade Brigade,
non-token.
but you need to have the non-token, and also it would have to have the counter on it first anyway.
I'm gonna go ahead and play the Battle Priest.
Is Endure X technically an Endure trigger? Sorry, is Endure 0 technically an Endure trigger? Does it just make a Topal Field Deet?
It should, yes.
Yeah, because it doesn't say if it is X or X equals 1 or higher. It just
our kill spell is an instant.
Yeah.
So like next turn I could do it. Oh, bounce, huh? All right, that's a pain in the ass. It's not like super bad. I'm not. No thanks. Okay. Well. That is enough of a defense to keep things back. They're variant on Teamer. Okay, they're gonna use this to flashback, because this... Whenever card leaves your graveyard, draw a card. Okay. I see. Alright, so what I want to do here is I want to play the Warden. And I want to pump it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm thinking if I want to kill anything with Dragon's Prey here.
Like, I don't think you need to in this combat. You can still just leave it up. Like, I know they don't have the ability to respond on this turn, but I just don't know if that's particularly valuable when they only have one card left in hand.
The problem is this thing draws cards on flashback.
True, yeah.
Like, so I'm thinking about if I want to like kill that.
If you want to do it, then do it like... Yeah, I suppose before it actually had the trigger go off.
Alright, so let's let you... I'll let you make your selections right now.
This is a way to remove at least one of the +1/+1 counters, you know, from circulation. They got to dig one, you know, 2 cards deep, but they don't gain much in the way of board presence for having done this. Well, they gain a pretty decent if they drew off of it, but, you know.
Okay, so now we have
you can post-combat make a 3/3,
yeah, so I'm gonna go
and a 3/3.
I'm gonna go combat. Counter on you. No attack.
Or this could actually just be a 6/6, right?
This is a 6/6, yeah.
Yeah. They're playing blue, red, and green here. From what I saw, the removal in that tops out at 5 damage to a creature.
They would have like...
Okay.
All right.
I think they may have actually just made the decision I just made. Yeah.
Because my thought was like, the only other way would be like a fight spell, right? But like, with what?
Yeah, I don't think they would have one.
With what?
Yeah.
I'm impressed by like what the look of this deck is. This deck looks like it's got like a lot of pressure going on here. Big bodies, a a lot of like the filter they had access to was really strong.
Something I'm noticing is people playing a lot of the uncommons specifically. Get your bird, by the way.
All right, get my bird.
Get you your
Give me my bird profile companion. Where'd my bird go? Because yeah, I bought.
You might have been looking at Dwayne
I was probably looking at Dastardly Dwayne as opposed to Dwayne. Ooh.
Kind of seems like it's having a problem. Bear.
Bring Bear along for a little bit. We're in the right place for Bear.
There are lots of bears in Tarkir.
Yes. They're kind of big. Dastardly Slyo. Light Bulb, born in the year 19. This is so easy.
This one doesn't even have anything to do with your fixing.
No, it's just naturally drawing all three colors. Y'all seen this multi...
Come on! Come on!
My bear! Look, they were sitting right over...
Someone is farming up something.
They mulliganed and then, like, just left.
Yeah.
Alright, well...
They just decided... Maybe they're playing, like, a 5-color thing, and then they mulligan into, like, one land.
And with that, 100% win rate for Beskar. Thank you. Where do I get the opponent's entrance explode?
There's a couple of formats where people just do that more frequently, like in Pioneer and stuff.
Yeah,
you know, when you just draw a hand that's bad, they just immediately concede.
That was mulligan. They specifically did mulligan, so that was like mulligan. Look at their hand. Nah, I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Also, there is the genre of player in Arena where they will mulligan once, and if it doesn't turn into a good hand, they do just concede, purely because, you know, there is something to be said that mulliganing is as friendly as it's ever been. However, it's also probably as punishing as it's ever been in the same way, of like you really want that perfect hand. Easy every time, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know what to say. We can't cast Felithar off this hand technically.
That's true.
Which definitely matters.
Now you can. Just go grab a plains on your next turn.
No, that won't do it.
No, hold on. That doesn't do it, yeah.
No, that won't do it. So that means the line is instead...
Forest. Forest will let you do it.
Yeah, well, no, because if I play a mountain, there is no line that gets me to this on 3.
Oh, right. Yes.
That's not possible.
However, if you play the Nomad Outpost and then Sagu Wildling for it instead.
Right, but what if I instead, because I can just Desperate Measures that bearer.
True. Yeah.
I am messing around.
It's funny how any other lines of text being on a card that functionally says give target creature -0/-1 makes it card playable.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this card right here, if it just said that, you probably wouldn't play it. However, since it has the other text, you do, even though most of the time you're probably going to be playing it for that first form, you know?
So the line here...
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, this makes sense to me.
Now, if we draw a land, next turn looks really good.
Yep.
Because I get to Stalwart.
Set of turn.
Yeah. Opponent's going reasonably wide. Ooh.
Ooh, Windcrag.
Ooh, hold on. Okay, what about, like... you and you?
Does Felithar... No, Felithar just puts counters on everything. Felithar does not endure when you use its ability.
No, just counters.
Sorry.
Counters, yeah. Do this.
Yeah, you actually have plenty of mana.
Yeah. Alright. 1/1's forever. Okay, that costs...
okay.
Oh, that's +3. Oh, alright. Coming in hot.
Yeah, they're swinging into for the crushing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Man, Stalwart Successor and Felithar being on the board at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how I want to do this turn. Red lifelinkers. So it is lifelink this turn. Oh, I don't have the mana to Felithar and... No, I do. Okay. So we want to go Stalwart Successor off of this. Felithar. Sack the monument. By the way!
And now every goblin that we make is gonna get consumed.
No, we can like consume the old goblin to make the new goblin to like gain lifelink if we want.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
we can do whatever the hell we want. Honest.
And you can play the dragon, turn beforehand as well.
Crocodile doesn't care if it dies. This is just like really strong direction for us right now. So.
Yeah, they have to make a decision of which of these two is more important to remove. It's Felithar, but
yeah. Well, Stalwart Successor is still like a dangerous bit too, just from like.
Yeah.
I will take 5 if they attack in. I will continue to take 5 if you attack in.
We have a lot of ways to gain life right now, so it doesn't really matter to us.
This is like unblockable-ish. Yeah, this is unblockable-ish if something happens. This equipment's 2 to move. That's actually cheaper than I thought. This thing's actually pretty good. I thought this was 3 to move. Okay, sure. They're playing. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I think I'm gonna take my dragon.
Yep. Get your flyer.
Gains me life too.
And also your 3 life. And I need to double check on this. Is it when Felithar attacks or when you attack?
Felithar is a
whenever Felithar attacks.
Felithar,
okay.
she has the power of a Titan.
Yes. This is going to be a lot of power and toughness on this turn.
And then, womp, 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 womp. Force block.
Yeah, and then +2/+2 on that. No, that costs 2, doesn't it?
Wow. Okay, Dragon
-3 on a creature.
Right. Oh, okay. Also, their final card is hold on.
Creature power less than flying.
Creature power as long as creature control. Okay. Oh my God! Wait, hold on. Yeah, we had trample.
Yeah. So,
what does this do? Sure.
Incremental growth on ETB. Looks like, right?
Sure. Come on. Come on, I wanted to... Okay. Well. Sorry, Jerul, I wasn't being mean there. I was just looking at my rampant growth and debating if I wanted to tap my 5/5 flyer for it, which I was going to do. But yeah, I also had to read their dragon, which, if you remember the 5-mana 4/4 from Cons, that was, you know, Armored Core.
Ah, yeah.
This thing was a beating in half, and it came with 2 counters.
That is a flyer that comes with 3 counters.
That was a flyer that came with 3 counters. Dragon. Wow.
Armament Dragon is what its name was.
Oh, it wasn't showing because I don't have not collected. That's why it wasn't. Because it was a callback to the Armament Core.
Yes. That's one more.
One
so,
more.
You know, it's
one
not...
more counter. You know, I've got some advice for like how to play this format.
If you're playing Abzan, play that card.
No, just like draw your lamp, like in the right colors.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
Like if you just
pretty good,
if you just draw your colors like naturally, like it's not that hard to just play all the good cards if you just like, yeah, draw lands and spells in combination. It's what I always say.
And particularly draw varied types of land. You know, don't
also,
just draw one type.
I'm gonna. Our deck could be like way more focused on Felithar and be like way better.
Come on, man.
What's up?
I mean, at least this time you
yeah,
have
at least I'm a 5 land.
So, you know, there's a downside.
I am paying for it. Oh. Okay, hold on. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait.
Here we go.
Wait a minute. Oh,
here we are.
Oh, no. I don't know about this one.
Get run down, idiot. You deserve it this time.
I don't know, Scoob. I don't know about this one. I knock away first, save my ass.
Decline to have a 2/2 on the board.
Decline so I can have a 2/2 on the board. Having played this early today, it's very fun to drop all 3 basics on first turn as a power move. Yep. All the way back to like Shards of Alara, where you just go forest, mountain, plains, woolly Thoktar, go, and it's like,
oh hey, slash fire.
This is a reprint from Cons, or not from Cons, from Dragons, I think.
Thought it was called Fork.
No, just Twin Bolt. I'm gonna, well, help. No, I'm good, thanks. There was Chandra's Pyro Helix, might be what you're thinking of, too. That was the exact same card.
Forked Bolt is a card. That was from Rise of the Eldrazi.
Forked Bolt is this at sorcery speed.
Yes, and costs only 1.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
You know? Oh.
Yeah, they're gonna be running you down, dog.
Help.
They're running you down.
Please help. Please help. They're out of cards in hand. Easy. It's not hard, actually. You just don't die.
Draw your dragon. Draw your dragon
No,
that lightning.
We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna play a whole bunch of lands that gave me life. And see now I'm at 11.
Kintry Nurturer makes another guy and is a lifelinker.
I ain't going for another guy. We're going for
You're going for blocking 1/1s for a bit?
Actually, hold on.
I was thinking you need the guy.
No, because this thing can kill.
Oh, okay.
So I need the guy. Also, this is a team pump. Also, this is more mobilized. We've got problems. Sweet. The land's tapped. Also, it's a land.
So they do sack.
They should sack the stadium.
It's not on sack. Is it sack trigger? Yeah.
Okay. Or maybe
they should have sacked the stadium to kill the Kintry.
They have a 4?
But
they might have a 4 then. Oh!
They do.
When enters, pick up a 2 cost or less.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Look, we have some yes. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're fine. I say extremely not fine, we're fine. What does this thing do? Flurry, tap a creature. Don't have 2 spells. Come on. Come on.
Well, the chances of not having 2 spells is...
It's like 50-50.
It's close to it,
it's like,
I guess.
It's like, they don't have double red, so if they drew a red spell, they can't cast it. They can't use this thing's effect. Yeah! There ain't no way. Get out of here. So.
Well. She's a 3/3, and she's a 4/2.
Can't play both.
Yep. The Abzem Monument can let you turn Felithar into a 4/4. You could also do that next turn if you survive after playing your 4/2. Problem is that you go to 1.
Yeah, that one's like a problem. We need 2 blockers, but we can't make 2 blockers. So what we have to do, and this one is definitely what we have to do, is lie.
It seemed like you have something up, so you intimidate them.
If they all out attack, we die on the spot. Like, I actually can't beat turn team sideways because they just have enough power to kill me if they turn team sideways.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Good. Okay, all right.
Cowardice does not lie in your opponent's heart.
All right. Okay, all right.
Your opponent is no coward.
This is Mardu. Look at these warriors. They have so many warriors in their heart. Warrior. That was a soldier, I guess. Warrior. There's no warrior synergies in this time around.
Yeah. And that was old, the old Mardu or something, right? So.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, we tried.
There's technically a tiny bit of warrior synergy because is it warrior tokens can't be sacrificed, or is it just tokens can't be sacrificed to your end step?
Warrior tokens can't be sacrificed at your end step.
Here it is.
All right. Well,
Yep, this is where it comes up.
All right.
Windcrag Siege can't be played. Well, I guess it can actually.
It can.
Never mind. And it does make 1/1, so that's actually pretty solid.
I think I'm throwing back Jungle Hollow. This is just a game where I win on Windcrag Siege on 3.
Hopefully.
That's literally, I ain't got nothing else.
It's the only other way you win it, yeah.
I don't know, Bitter Blossom's cool. Like that's definitely not Bitter Blossom. It's Bitter Blossom's cool. Don't cast spells during your turn. Also is Mobilize 2.
Dang.
Yeah, okay. I see. They are Frogger.
Don't point that to me that your opponent is Frogger. Come on. Don't tell me that.
We've got the battle with Frogger. Again, having this feels like we have a lot of true outs in the deck if we have this siege active, I feel like.
Hey, maybe your opponent's just not going to be able to defeat, you know,
a 3-power flyer, yeah.
Yeah.
So they've got Monkey, and Monkey is the lifelinker. They probably just have a Helix or something. Okay, they just paid 2 for that.
Yeah.
Sure. Whatever.
That makes sense.
Whatever. So here's the thing that is true here is just that if we ever find our copy, one of our copies of Felithar, she just takes the game on the spot. You know?
Well, does it? There's still Death Toucher on your opponent's.
Yeah, well, I mean more from just like we just have like 8 2/2s on the initial play.
You'll have a very powerful board at that point. It's just, I don't think she necessarily wins on the spot.
This is creature, right? Yeah, okay. 5 cards, or sorry, 5 mana, 3 cards in hand.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, we in fact mill both Felithars.
Can't happen. Ooh.
That's a great thing to have gotten in there. Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the land so that I can...
reading it right now.
I'll take the land so I can recast that now.
Again, that's something that we don't mind at all attacking through here, right? It doesn't matter which one that this ends up trading with.
I'm asking for a trade with that Nightblade, because if we get that Nightblade off the table, I can just start attacking.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna begin movement here. We're winning the game now. It's not untrue.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they have a kill spell. Then they have a kill spell. Yep. Yeah, and all right. That's fine because we get the kill spell out of here. This is a bit of an issue, and that thing's pretty big.
Yeah, you can still attack him with veteran though, and that's also really good.
Okay. I think your 2 cards are live. Yep.
Pretty good to have just dropped. Yeah.
Okay. So that means their final card is better than 4/4 flyer or +2/+2. Like, their last card is very strong. Probably just a flat kill spell. Nice. Let's see what's up.
Yep. I guess here I've got a confusing situation that's going on. How is your opponent winning the game?
Flying. But like that's
but
Mobilize tokens.
Okay, that's...
Hello. All right. I'm just in awe at how powerful the Windcrag siege has been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's only got one power. If they can pump it to do a bunch, may as well let it happen. It's fine with us.
I don't know, like 1,000 blockers? Do you got a trick?
Yeah, like a pyroclasm.
Like, what do you
combat.
got? Okay.
A feint just to get a 1/1 in.
Got him! Dusted. I didn't want Victor? They have the kill spell for... They okay.
Okay, they do.
So that's the last card in their hand. Oh, no, sorry, one left. Okay. Well... We have the long game, because we just have the... Okay, 4/4 flyer. Which, yeah, remove all counters from a creature, please. Please. Ooh.
You might want to keep that in hand for when you draw.
I probably don't want
the other one.
How much is the activation on this?
8. Oh, to 8 if you're going to do it all in one turn.
I only have 7 right now, so I probably just want to play this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty profitably swing in with that, couldn't you? Like...
Yeah. I made this 4/4 because of this 4/4 can get in.
Yeah. Just thinking that. I don't want to trade the Death Toucher. They probably are fine with trading the 4/4 on the ground. Or the 2/1 in the air and the 2/1 on the ground. Make the 4/4 flyer have a lifelink or something.
Yeah.
Or just take 4. That also makes sense.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
So now you're...
Anyway.
There we go.
Anyway.
There she is.
Anyway. Let's go ahead and sacrifice. And then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
If you just attacked all out, you just win here.
Anyway.
Because you have 8 of those tokens plus an additional 1 of them, so there's 9 on there. They have a bunch of... They've got 6 blockers. Yeah, no, they're just dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do enough damage here with this that they're just dead. Yeah. Well, you won the multiplies.
I won the multiplies. Minus 35.
Yeah, they could block 27 of that.
But yeah, they comment. We're playing. We're having a good time. Go live. We are get 2 achievements there. We're playing some really nonsense 4-color stuff. I'm sorry, am I not playing either copy of Worthy Cost? What am I doing?
No, you're not.
What?
Yeah, I actually thought that
Hold
was
on.
intentional. Sorry.
No, that really wasn't.
I mean, those... Yeah, you have, you know, if you have the siege out, you can play that for free. You have been running exclusively just Dragon Spray as your only real
kill spells
spell.
like aren't that important, right?
I mean, not really.
I've got Dragon's Prey. No, I appreciate
It is a
everybody.
kill spell.
I appreciate everybody not saying anything about it because it's really funny. I agree. Like, y'all made the correct decision. Like, really, what do we need fixing for in this deck? I think it's, like, probably fine. Yeah. Yeah, Einok Wayfarer, 2-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, Felithar. This is actually a wild hand. This is actually really strong. Yo! So Fleeting Effigy here is here for Flurry. Lets you double cast. Yeah.
Dug through 3, and both of them are cards that go off in the graveyard.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Reverberate. Alright, we need to play the Abzan Devotee. Then next turn, I'd like to play Kintree Nurturer for 2 bodies, then play Felithar, so that she can pump that way. If they double spell, they get to attack with this 3/3 plus the 2/2.
Well, that feels like they're double spelling. They just played a one meta spell, so.
Ooh,
yep.
And it was a kill spell on our white mana source. That's a bit of a pain. Now, if only it mattered. The actual part of that matters is not the white mana source, it's the body on the board. That's more.
Yeah, so you're playing Nurturer for sure now.
Alright, I'm gonna hold back here. Having a few extra bodies might keep that 3/3 at home.
And that is a fantastic creature to have to do this second spell stuff.
Yeah, this is a very strong, like specific, like this card we had it as like a Ronin in Neon Dynasty. There was a card that was effectively this, and it was like okay to like good in the right deck. And so like in the right deck here, I feel like it's gonna have to be the same thing. Yeah, all right.
They are hasting things out.
Yeah, this is, they just found a third color, by the way. Now, the hook here is that, like, they're a little bit... Oh, no. Okay.
They're not gun-shy at all. I mean, they're tapped out. You can just kill these, you know?
Yeah.
You could 2-for-1 them here, functionally.
Do this.
Yeah. Like, you'd have to leave Felithar back again, but... Like, you do have other plays you can do, you know? This does put them back, like, a card.
Yeah. Okay. Where they cost...
Is that worth the cost an instant?
No, sorcery.
No. Dragon's Prey an instant.
Dragon's Prey is an instant. So it's Desperate Measures.
You could catch that that enchantment with its pants down, functionally.
Yeah, I could try that. I could also just play Felithar and make a 4/4.
You could just play Felithar as a 4/4.
I also could just play 100 Battle Veteran.
True. do have the up on cards right now.
Yeah.
And like by like a lot too, because the things that they've removed weren't like fully removing capabilities, but this is gonna be like
another duelist. Oh my god, okay.
Okay. This is what they're
The duelist, alright. Holy shit.
This is someone showing you the Jeskai way.
Yeah, this is...
if I've ever seen it.
Alright, well, we're gonna trade here. We're gonna go ahead and go...
Earthcarver, and then...
Yeah.
Eat the 1/1, make a 3/3 and a 4/4.
They have one card left in hand? I post-combat that, whatever. Okay, this makes 2 flyers.
That's really good. Wow. Okay. Okay, some kind of like
I know it.
Team fight tactics here.
+2/+2, 2 creatures.
That would be completely just wiping the board clean. No, alright. They're doing that because it deals 2 damage to you.
Okay. They're out of... They have flyers is the thing they're gonna try and... They're trying to get us with. So we're gonna go...
You have 2 removal spells, though.
Yeah.
So, like, you can spend them on the tokens if you gotta, and you have additional things you can do.
Yeah, we have 3 removal spells.
Yeah, I just figured one, you know. Okay.
Sure. That can probably just eat the dragon's prey. Ooh.
Battle Priest lets you just swing in with a 4/4.
Yeah.
Or actually a 3. Yeah, let them just trade with this again if they want to. They don't have anything in hand. So choosing that there was no like, you know, plan behind that. They just are going off of what their deck could do. They feel like they can win this turn if they drew the right thing, basically. Of course, they didn't, but that's what they were feeling, and I respect that, honestly. Okay, Shrieker is a fantastic thing to draw here.
Check this out. Are you ready for the best worthy cause in the world? Worthy cost? I sacrifice my dragon!
This does kill them, yeah.
Who needs it? Garbage! 4/4 flyer? Trash! Yeah, okay.
All right, well, this deck is doing better than expected. I'm glad to see it.
Let's get this to final game. Let's get this across the line, and then we can get to draft 2.
Not so the ambitious.
Thanks. This is the war room. Well. Well. Ooh. Sultai Monument, meaning they might have 4 colors going on here. Alright. Do you have a kill spell for Warden of the Grove? It's everybody's favorite question.
A pretty solid one. You have 2 instances of Endure 1 on that Kentry right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They don't. At least not yet.
Yeah.
And Warden is, I mean, it is demonstrated its power purely from attracting titanic amounts of removal.
Mm-hmm. But one counters
on card name.
Card name.
Single black, dash or measure would be the only thing that would like.
So, playing this pre-combat was me testing the waters to see if they were taking priority for the +1/-1 trick. Because the +1/-1 trick would bypass that.
Yeah. I mean, we don't care at all about attacking into that. That's fine.
Yeah.
How we could just post-combat bring this thing back and be in exactly the same situation. It would be even stronger, actually. Man, Warden.
This card is... You ever get to play with Great Henge?
Uh-huh, yes.
What if, like, instead of, like, the normal thing Great Henge does, where, like, you get a counter and you draw a card, what if you get, like, 1 billion counters?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if that would be normal?
Warden of the Grove has already performed, like, tremendously.
I think this is very clear to be, like, high-end bomb. Like, answer or die.
Yes.
So...
Yeah.
Even if you never did the second text, if it was just a growing threat...
Single green for this guy. If they were going to have a double pip in this set, this thing being double green would make perfect sense.
Is there Wrath in this set? Death awaits you. Black, green, blue, 5? Oh! What about, okay, the Green Sun. It's yeah. I don't remember the actual name of it. It's not Seymour killing your Aeon. It's Life Begets Death. Right. It's Firefly.
Oh wow, Kintry Nurturer into Felithar here is ridiculous.
Oh no, a Death Toucher. What am I gonna do?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well.
You make this be big, and then its Endure is the 1/1.
I'm gonna make a 1/1 for no reason.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
7 wins on this deck. All right.
Yeah, okay. Even the game where our mana base did blow up, it got there.
That Hydra, yeah, is... Felithar also immediately...
Felithar, yeah.
That's a powerful creature as well. She's good.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Give me a minute or two here. I'm going to step away, get a drink, and then...
I'm going to use the restroom myself
Draft 2. So, be right back with Draft 2. All right. Like a moth to a flame. Like a flame to a moth, death begets life. I legitimately thought I was playing 1 and 1, one on the one out, one in, for the removal spell. I thought like we didn't have enough token generation for me to want to play 2. This deck felt like it was a little too low on that. But well, let's roll in for round 2. I'll wait a minute here for Doc to get back here. Maybe we can have a more Mardu setup for our second one. I like these dragons that are just shooting beams. Got our beam dragon. But yeah, I think we can get away a lot better with like the 2 colors splash, like on the
2 color splash seems pretty easy to do. Yeah.
All right.
There is fixing at every rarity and multiple types on top of that.
Yeah. All right. Round 2.
What is going on with the layout? Okay.
It's Mystic Snake, but, you know.
+1 with an additional effect.
With a few additional effects. So rather than counter spell, it's counter creature spell, but it has some other text. That's a fun one. I don't know if we want to pick that immediately.
It is 3 color instant, and we already did play 2 of those colors. Although the 3rd color is one we haven't played yet.
That's true. I like the idea of Salt Road Skirmisher. I like the idea of picking Sonic Shrieker and actually playing the damn colors this time.
Hey, for what it's worth, we didn't play its colors. It was still good all of the times we played it.
Yeah. What if I just every deck pivots around this stupid dragon? Like, what if that's
sure.
fine?
Why not?
The other thing I'm thinking about is like we also just have like O-Ring. What's aggressive?
I mean, the Salt Road Skirmish is a solid kill spell.
Yeah. Sorcery, but it comes with some bodies. Pick the blue Dragonstorm and go 5 color dragons. I mean, this is like playing 5 color dragons. Oh, hold on.
Okay. Here we go.
Hold on.
Here we go. This is the most like killing you guy ass card I've ever seen in my eyes.
You mentioned some multiple combat phases.
I mean, this is the only one I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's a pretty important one.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about like you were mentioning it as far as like a power goes. We also have Narset, who draws you as many cards as you cast on the turn. If you ditch your hand for it, she'll do that. We saw the skimmer. This works pretty well for like the pickup out of grave. The thing is, Death Touch Anthem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. All right. Flying Skirmisher.
Flying Skirmisher sounds good. Ooh. Osseous Exhale is an additional powerful card here.
Yeah. Mind weight is return target creature to your hand, deal damage equal to that creature's. Please enjoy the chomp. We also have Dragonstorm Forecaster.
I like right now that our deck is two red,
ankle
white,
shankers?
black cards. Yeah.
2 ankle shankers. That's just what I think of when I see this monocost specifically is ankle shanking.
Yeah, because I mean I think ankle shanker was the very first card with that mana cost. Because I think the only other one I could think of is like of the original attempt to do wedge names. I think those dragons were 6.
Yeah, those were 6, and that was like the second attempt at them because you have like the Volvers and such.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, what if we have a lot of removal? What if we fire beams? What if
beams are good?
What if I have a powerful breath weapon? You know what is really cool with all-out assault and Sonic Shrieker?
Yeah,
Death Touch.
That it grants Death Touch to the creature, and this creature is doing the damage. So,
Optic Blast.
Hyper Viper.
Behold! Okay.
Way Speaker Bodyguard.
Yo!
I mean, that card is pretty. Oh yeah,
Yo!
Skirmish Rhino. It's. I love whenever they do this. Whenever they just make
yeah.
a card that is the same card but like minus or +1 on all of the numbers in the card.
It's so good.
It's even -1 step of rarity, you know?
Yeah,
it's not
-1,
common,
-1. I don't know what I'm thinking about this one.
Wave Speaker would be like picking up for when you have the permanents later on.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, that means you probably want to have the permanents and you don't have them yet.
This dragon.
It's fine. It is a reasonable dragon. It's not an exciting dragon though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We also have Abzan Devotee as like a 2. I'm thinking between these 3.
Colors. And like its effect is like its other effect is solid.
Yeah, we've seen it being fine at. What do you do? Draw a card, discard a card. If you discard, oh, not us, but that's a cool card.
Mm-hmm.
Abzan Monument, Rebellious Strike, Kintry Nurturer.
This card was good in the set, in what we played with in the color. So like,
yeah. Monument is also fixing. I liked this card.
My only problem with Monument is I don't like the idea of
like
not including the ability to play its final ability.
I did, we could just.
You did pick the Skirmish Rhino, sure, yeah.
I could just like play the green and then, what if it's fine? No, I actually like this card a lot though.
Yeah.
Okay,
hold on. This Dragonstorm's solid, yeah.
Yeah, it's 2/2/2s, and like we can pick it back up when we play a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hate Devotee here either. That'd be fine. But like this is a fine one. Somebody's gonna have a really nice deck for like the harmonized stuff. I think this card's like it's drawn, then you can discard. You don't have to for turning something into a yeah. Two bodies for 4/4. This has been like a half dozen cards over the last like 2 years.
Yeah. Jungle Hollow. I mean, yeah. For if you do include the Rhino.
Yeah. Like, just grab it in case. I don't know that we will, but like. The question.
I just want you to open up a third Ankle Shanker, is what I'm getting at.
Okay. So this draws a card, sort of. Yeah, I also love like these. Like these are like the cartouches and trials from Amonkhet. I like them as like a card that is a dragon liker that's still like playable without it. None of these are really anything. I'm just gonna take the.
You know what they should do is that they should have had a bonus sheet in here in this one, and that bonus sheet is just like the regular set of the game of this set, just regular set. So basically, just a regular card in here, except Altar of the Brood was also on it.
Yeah, Altar of the Brood. So there's a special guest bit in here, like there has been in every set for some time now. That's like, I refer to it jokingly as the 1 in 64. It's the set of cards that like if like that show up. I think it's 1 in 66, but in this set they're like cards that are supposed to be sort of themed around what is going on with like the set. Doesn't always fit, but in this set we have the fetches and we have ultimatums.
Oh, wow, ultimatums.
Holy smokes. Okay. Yo!
By the way, here we go. Sage of the Sky seems pretty good.
if this wasn't the first spell cast, you get 2 of it. And,
Bam.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's a flying, life-linking 2/3.
Yeah, like Vampire
kind
Nighthawk
of a
missing a...
a Vampire Nighthawk missing the Death Touch. Or not Death Touch, First Strike? No, it's that touch.
It's that touch. But yeah, like if we, on 5, if we can do this with like a 2.
Oh right, the white one that they printed later in
yes.
Kaladesh. That was the
That's
one
Vigilance.
First Strike instead of that touch.
Vigilance.
Or Vigilance. Okay.
Yep. But also like we do have a, Anthem with that. So we want to find some
Sickle Surveyor, this card. Let's go. We just saw how good this card was. This was one of our only 2 losses.
This was our losses. It wasn't even it was this card. Also, not gonna. I don't know that I'd hate Fleeting Effigy. I'd probably pick Frontline Rush over it in this deck, but like, Guard is also something I'd pick. This is also 2 bodies. This is a good card. I'd pick. Actually, this is a lot I'd come around on. I'd be fine with this, Whale of War. I don't know that I care too much about Seize Opportunity. It's fine, but like we obviously have a card.
It's a Trumpet Blast, like.
Our sister is sure. What about like
Ardent Tactician?
Ooh, hold on.
Here for sure. Or hold on, Menace Mobilize. Yeah, here we go.
Kind of just like early drop Menace or Mobilize bit with. I don't hate Evo T either or Tactician, but I think I'd rather get like the Mobilize stuff first in my mind.
Totally reasonable.
This is a good body too.
Dogs.
But
I feel like you want the Mobilize cards first. That might come back because who knows if anyone else is actually playing white-black at the table.
Yeah. I figure white-black, somebody might pick it because even if they're not in like this, they're doing like there's 2
color combos that use it, yes.
Yeah, so it's unlikely, but I'd rather have like some of the early curve stuff too. Hello? What do you do?
Okay. I mean, that's good, but... And I don't really see much in the way of competition.
No, it's like this flyer, which I think is extant. This does pick up a 3, which means it could pick up... we do have a pretty good amount of 3s. If you see a Mardu card with a horse, pick it. Okay. What if hold on. This picks up a 3-drop?
I could pick up Skirmish right now, yeah. We got to be playing that. You need to start picking fixing. And I mean,
well,
there it is.
Okay. Sure.
There's also the alternative option of grabbing the Bloodfell Caves. If you're willing to not consider the green, but I mean... The green is pretty solid. I'm not gonna say it's not.
If it was just Skirmish Rhino, I wouldn't do it. But because it's got a pretty good friend with it, I like that. This is 5-color Reliquary Dragon. Okay. There's 2 Reckless Charge.
Reckless Charge.
Honest to God, this is the card named Reckless Charge with +1 on its flashback cost. Plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
It was either 3 or 3 in red. I want to say 3 in red. Anyway, I want to have some bodies. I don't know that this is too much for us, but I want to have a couple things that we can play on these early arts. Bairn, Abzan Monument, which is a little more...
I think the Abzan Monument's actually much more reasonable now.
Yeah. We also have Sandstep Steep.
Barons are also just the Sandstep Steep.
Yeah.
Barons are also just a solid, just generic fixing piece.
Want to get some red fixing in here too.
Yeah.
Make sure we can get this. Slowtail Hawk.
Primary color seems to be white so far, so.
Yeah. White and then pivoting around that.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense. Feel good about our removal.
Kind of black and red in almost equal numbers.
I feel like I want to improve a little bit of the fixing. Ooh, hi. Sure.
Yeah, your deck is pretty solid as it is right now.
Right,
so fixing a little bit more highly is actually a good idea, unless you see something like absolutely bonkers.
Right, like we have 20 cards here.
If you see Zergo, you take Zergo.
Yeah,
but
I see we have like 20 cards here. 2 of them are lands, and then like 2 of these are things that I'm like, I don't know. I'm not certain on Tempest Hawk, especially when we don't have any more than just one. This is Windrake, you know.
Yeah. Initiate.
Oh.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh.
I mean, that's
Hello.
It's kind of a channel.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like we also have like creatures that have lifelink.
Yeah. It's not just life. You have to pay X mana as well.
Yeah. Devotee came back around. So did Whale. Ooh, actually.
Hideous Laughter, right? Like.
Yeah, this is the tiny.
Not quite, but.
Yeah, this is the tiny one. It's also just opponents. Also, it's pick up 2
giggles.
You know what? Sure. Let's go. Ah. Yes. Ooh. Yeah, okay.
Reverberate for miles.
Okay. Just like Pride who? Actually, this is it. I love that makes cat noise.
Draco Genesis. I mean, very fun card. You'd have to have a critical mass of dragons for that to be playable and limited.
Would you like to see, this is one of the cards I think is the most powerful in this set, in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
This is Snapcaster that hands off, pay 3 less for it.
Functionally, yeah, because you can tap the Snapcaster for it. Bone Cairn Butcher.
Yeah, Bone Cairn Butcher gives Death Touch to tokens.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, completely fine in that it's a separate, card, and you're not necessarily guaranteed to have it. A little tiny bit of redundancy with the other source of Death Touch, but like, it's not like that's reason to not pick it.
But it also is a reason to have multiple of it because it specifically it will make 2 tokens, then attack again, and then make 2 more tokens. So
there's a fair number of cards in here.
We're in a lot better position for worthy cost in this deck.
White-black is actually the color combo you can fix the easiest, right? So
yeah, if this were red, I'd be on it, but like,
yeah.
What was comment trying to? Ooh.
Assistant or Bolt.
Yeah. And Bolt. Not bad either. I like this because like more sources of lifelink have gone up because of the existence of this thing.
True. Yeah.
And I like that as a. So it looks like white black is our focus, and then the green on the left and red on the right are the fixes. We might not be.
You kind of ended up in a very similar deck than last time, purely on the mana base of.
Our mana's worse in this one. This is significantly worse, but I think the red is like we can remove like Equilibrium and Shock Brigade, and then just like play this top end red stuff, and like Skirmish Rhino and Road Watcher as top end, like because we were Golgari last deck, and this is Orzhov.
What I'm saying is last deck was where green is now. The red is where the green was now. Where you played only a tiny bit of red last game. And you have much more green. You're playing only a tiny bit of green this time.
Just looking at this flyer, this is a thing that we could pick up. Less interested in the effigy now that we've got this deck where it is. Pick up another monkey. Kind of want to like try and fix up the mana a little better to.
Yeah.
I want some red fixing if we can. Hello, what do you do? When this creature enters, target opponent reveals their hand, chooses an land from it, exile it. When this creature leaves, they get an XX Spirit Eater X. Oh.
Oh, that does the other thing. That card that you exile is just gone.
So this is Skyclave, but from their hand?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I feel like Twin Bolt would be better in practice for you, but
maybe I don't know if I want to be playing. Hello.
create. What you do is you make zombies. That's what you make.
I love this card. I don't think triple black is us.
Yeah.
So, like, that card works really well with, like, you know, yeah, Mole Drifter and friends, making them
ETBs, fills your grave. You can, cast them another way. Finally, okay.
Whatever. I'm not passing up. Like, I'm not passing up.
You need that
fixing.
red white. You need that. The fixing is too important.
Yeah. So I'm going to cut Shock Brigade because I don't want a 2. The reason I've been passing up on those Twin Bolts is because I think red is too light for me to want to play a 2 mana.
Okay, yeah.
That's my reasoning for that.
And also, like, with this Blossoming Sands as well, you could actually play the green pretty easily.
Yeah.
Like, the splash isn't really much of a... I mean, it's still a splash in that you only have 3 green cards in it, but...
I don't believe in this blade. Ooh. Absolutely, I'll take another...
Sorry, I just... yeah, it's there.
I know.
If we saw a 4th copy, we'd get the lawnmower, but we would need to see the 4th copy if you get it. Actually, I also played that one twice.
Well, I was like, we've seen a lot of them. Its war shrieks reverberate for miles.
Most sets are haunted by murky, intangible apparitions.
Okay. That might make
that card's actually...
That card might make the deck when I'm... Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Okay. Let's build this from this side. We're gonna...
I feel like we've got actually a deck building exercise here. It's not gonna be easy.
So...
Here's the thing. Your Mardu cards are, like, all of them are very strong. You want to include them. But
yeah.
we have one piece of fixing for them.
Right.
So, like, you might, unfortunately, need to run, like, a couple of mountains, you know?
Yeah, because these are, like, effectively free.
The green is very easy to fix for at this point. You have lots of ways to do that. But the red is the hard one.
I don't know that I want this card. I just don't. This thing scares me because it's like we exile their bomb and then we give them a 5/5, right? And then it's like...
I guess you can choose to not do the thing.
3/3 Death Toucher for... I have one more slot. 3 mountains. That's probably what we need.
That's probably what you need. Yeah, I know it feels bad to play 3 mountains like that, but I think
it's probably what we need. Maybe this is the last card then. Oh, what's a creature count look like? 15.
Solid
yeah,
15.
All right, let's eat the bones.
Also, if you're playing the, are you playing the enchantment that bounces? Because if so, then that's not actually, that's 2 creatures. Yeah, Teeming Dragonstorm. There it is. You actually have a 16 creature count.
Okay, yeah. We play the Molten Exile, Exhale as well.
Yeah, that is just a piece of reasonably solid removal.
So we have...
You don't really have much in the way of dragons, though, right? You've got the 1.
No, it makes it sorcery speed, but, like, that's still flame slash for 2.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just what I mean, actually, as well as also the Teeming Dragonstorm is just 2/2s for the most part.
7 white sources.
You might one game get to pick it up.
7 white sources, 8 black sources, 4 red sources, 4 greens. I need a forest in this deck.
Right, for the as a monument. Remove a black source then?
Yeah.
I have a weird instant like reaction of looking at this mana base of like I kind of hate it.
It sucks.
It sucks in specific ways. It's like not even like
we're gonna get
traditionally bad.
We're gonna get smoked by this mana base, and by that I mean draw perfect every time. It's very easy.
Yeah.
Let's just, you know what? We're sitting here worrying about
4 basics. Just draw them all 4 on turn 1 here. Just do it.
You know what you do? You turn 3 Siege Rhino, turn 4 Butcher of the Horde.
Okay. Here, it didn't work out.
Okay.
This is almost keepable still, but...
Yeah, I'm not hating it.
You do have 7 black sources in the deck still. And so you have a, you know, in 4 turns... Any land turns on the Dragonstorm, although that does mean that only goes off on turn 4. Any black source turns the rest of the hand on, especially for the Nightblade Brigade. You're going first, so you only have 2 draws for it?
Yeah, I'm... Okay.
This is better. Yeah.
Throw that back. I don't believe. I just do not believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the odds there are like, I think 8 or 9 out of 33 on 2 attempts. If they were on the draw, I'd be...
Oh, hell yes. Now we're talking.
If we were on the draw, I'd be way more into it. Alright. Yeah, kill spell.
I think this is also one of those killer die cards in the set.
It's a Bitter Blossom, but if you answer it, it answers the whole Bitter Blossom. That's the...
Yes. Nope, that's just a monkey.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you don't start to do the power until...
I'm gonna go power next time.
Do it, but
I just wanted to have the body for like answering the monkey and making this board look better for us. We'll go
you
power.
Have the exhale as well, just in case. Anyway.
I also just have initiate for like. Oh, that's
Hollow Merc Siege. Okay.
Yeah.
Gains menace until end of turns. They'd be able to take out both if you blocked with both.
Yeah. No thanks. Oof. Okay. So this is our like sort of Outlast card in this set. Sorcery speed for that.
Just ran into the person running 5 Hawks and died to basic bird beats. Got beat down by the by Squadron Hawk's bigger cousin, huh?
I'm worried because I don't know that we can beat that enchantment.
It's pretty powerful. Yeah, +1/+1 and menace is strong.
Yeah, it's a counter. Like I'm uncertain that we have a clean way to beat it.
Right now, at least, you can just kill this. Yeah.
If they have flying indestructible trick, I don't know why I said that one aloud, seeing as we haven't seen it all day, and it'd be like really bad if they had it. They could giant growth it.
Good giant growth it.
Wouldn't save it, but they could do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Just draw 2 for that.
Sure. That's sack draw 2 to get the land, basically. Play some 1 toughness creatures.
Yeah, play additional
play,
1
play
toughness
that
creatures.
play that 2/1 that endures 1.
Yeah.
And make a 1/1 and just go wide. Can't play spells on your opponent's turn. Okay. Oh god. Okay.
Man, you know what wants that lifelink token is the Sinkhole Surveyor.
Yeah. So, we need red for these, but we also just need mana for them, so that's not like... The problem is not the color at the moment. But yeah, if we can get that Sinkhole Surveyor to have lifelink, that, like, can offset a lot of the problems here. So the equip on that's 4. Basically their whole turn to do it. And I would like Alchemist Assistant block plus something else, like just to try and do some trades. I think they equipped a Voice of Victory, because I don't have enough toughness to block that. Okay.
So that is +3/+3.
That's enough to beat the bodies, as I was mentioning.
However,
and they're doing it right, and it's getting a counter, and it's getting menace, and it's like that's a free roll. Do I take the double block and like get the alchemist out of here and try to just go all in on this?
I personally think so. Like, they don't have any lifelink.
They do.
You will.
They do.
Oh, they didn't actually activate it yet.
They haven't activated the monkey yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about this, but I also don't see another way to win this game. So I can't block with this anyway, so I might as well make a 1/1 so that next turn I am able to block. So the problem is they can equip their sword and pump the Voice of Victory with lifelink right now. And it scales. It scales the same way ours does because they have the siege. So we need something that breaks the like symmetry of our scaling right now.
The thing that you need to do is that once hexproof from monocolor is on that thing, you can't kill it. Like flat. I think all of your removal spells are monocolored.
Mountain, double combat, sonic shrieker to death touch kill it. That's not ever happening, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Surveil, keep it on top. Equip on Marshal of the Lost. Wait, no, they can equip for 3. Sorry, I think that this is equipped 4. It's not. That's,
right, yes.
Yeah, that's secretly a much lower equip. Huh. Is this lethal? How close to lethal
they didn't
are
give
you?
it lifelink yet, actually.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't think we have a way to explosively steal with damage, but...
Endure. Go to 9. I need to draw a mountain. Oof. What a good one. No, 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 no.
Back to back.
Is that good?
That toucher.
Is that good? Alright, I have like some really bad news.
Huh?
We're pretty dead.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, we were like close to dead before like a pair of 4/3s that drew cards showed up for 1 mana.
Hey, they had to pay 2. Single white both times.
But then some 1 mana 4/3s that cycled showed up, and that's this was a card we had similar in... We've had a couple similar versions of this. Okay, they get to see that we were off color the whole time. Alright, 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 okay, alright. Secrets revealed, you got me, yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, opponent, only 1/10 of our deck is red fixing.
You got me.
But also only, you know, slightly less than 1/10 of the deck is red cards. So, you know, it's fine. We just happen to draw 2 of them this game.
The Surveyor's doing work. The Surveyor's trying so hard. Okay, well, I have bad news. They finally did the lifelink thing. Alright, how dead are we? Uh-huh. I have good news. Our opponent never found a removal spell.
True.
I'd also like to report that our opponent is way better at doing the 2-color with a splash. Because that's a way better splash. Well, sorry, not way better, but like their splash is way more effective with just the 3rd color and a couple pieces of fixing. Alright, we might be dead. Being dead does remove our creatures. That is the oldest adage. If your opponent's doing something weird, go fucking kill him. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. If your opponent is dancing in an empty fort, back the hell off. Like, they got something up their sleeve. Alright, round 2. Kuroshiki? Yeah, okay. Yeah, alright, I'm in.
Alright, 3 colors.
3 colors plus Sinkhole Surveyor on 2. We have Sage if I want to slam that, which I actually probably want to... Actually, I want to play that on 4.
Yeah. Worthy, like second main, worthy cost, eat the token, play
Yeah.
Sage, play 2 Sages.
Yep. That's exactly the thought. Just love the token from this.
Or have the token from that. Like, you have more than one way to do it. So long as you actually get to 4 mana. But...
Yeah. If not, I have 3s to play for a while.
True.
Alright. Come on in. Yeah,
There's
okay.
the 4th.
That's 4. Cool.
Alright, opponent, play a 3-drop of reasonable power so we don't feel bad about spending worthy cost on it.
Yeah, come on. TLDR and story. Dragon showed up. We're not terribly happy about this.
Flying 2/2. That's
I can't worthy cause that.
impressive. Oh, yeah?
Well, I'd have to sack the Blade Brigade for... Actually, no, I'd make the 1/1 off the Sinkholes rare.
Why wouldn't you... It's just a 1/3 Death Toucher. Just swing into it anyway.
No.
Oh, because they'll eat the token,
Yeah, they'll eat
right?
the token. Yeah. You see. I'm still attacking, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And then... I'm gonna go ahead and make a 1/1 White Sphere token. Alright.
Okay, even better.
Because this thing is, on second spell, make a 1/1. Anyway, hi. Hello! Hello! Yeah, 1/1 flyer on second spell. This thing's pretty good.
Alright. Your opponent is in a very bad position.
Yeah. They need, like, there's like a class I think, or something. I don't even think it's in these colors. I think it's in Teamer. There's a second spell. That's, like, pretty good, because this thing is big enough to... Oh my god, this card doesn't fly. Oh.
Nope. Those aren't wings.
I visually just assumed that card had flying.
Yeah, it looks like it has wings. It does not.
Yeah, okay. I picked that... if in the draft you saw me pick that card, like, reasonably high, it was because I thought that was wings. I thought that was like an angel wing, like it was doing, like, a monk doing, like, cool... Okay.
Worth remembering, Tarkir is not a plane that has angels.
It's true.
They have Lamasu.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, emulating it, sort of thing. That means I have one of these in here. I have 2 of these in here, and I don't want them.
Okay, well, get rid of them.
That was a card I had a different read on. I'd rather have Tempest Hawk 1. Maybe I actually do want one of them. I don't know. I don't think the card is... We're gonna do this.
Real truth? Yeah.
Okay. One of the important things about day 1 on a new set is you gotta actually take a look at what your cards do. I don't do that very often, but
come on, man.
No.
At least that's not one of the mountains. Although that is the forest. It's the sole forest.
It's the forest.
In the deck.
It means that the forest was here. Read some cards, I don't know. Alright, we got... I like R2s. I like lifelink to go along with the initiate.
True.
Okay.
Tempest Hawk.
Put the fear of God into our opponent with this Tempest Hawk. Right?
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna see that and go, oh crap, I gotta trade with that right away. I need to spend shock on that right away. I need to play removal spells so quickly. It has 7 lines of text, and one of them does something in our deck.
I love the coincidence of the artist having ABZ as the first 3 letters in their name.
Abs, yeah. It's like...
Abzan card.
It's the good old Zoltan Boros.
Yeah. Zoltan Boros, whose name sounds like a magic card and includes the name of a magic card-like faction. It's just the real name, though. You know, they always had that name.
Sure. We're gonna go ahead and play the 1/3 Death Toucher because it matches up against this post. Yeah, you got it, boss. Yeah,
beautiful in this
you absolutely have it, boss.
What if a Nightblade Brigade is a 1/3 with Death Touch that attacks with a 1/1 with Death Touch?
Yeah. This thing is just a 1/1. Yeah, 1/1 for turn. Okay. It's also the filter, which gives them basically whatever they want here. They already have like whatever they want because full fixing, but tap target creature, 3 stuns, top 2, play 1 until the end of your next turn. Okay, so we know what their next turn's play is. It's just this Mountain Stalwart. I need to play Plains. So they're going to play a 3/3 next turn. They're going to play this Quarry Mountain Stalwart. Because if they don't get to keep it. It goes away. They have not found a 4th land. This card, by the way, like, fine. It's like real. I don't know. Not too bad.
Other weird, fun Boros things. The character in One Punch Man was also named after Boros from Magic.
Do I really cause this to let me get in? Because they'll just double block if I come in with this. We can just kill the Stalwart with our, like, either Brigade or actually with, like, probably the Brigade. I don't know. Thinking about this. I kind of want to play the Initiate this turn. Yeah, we're gonna go sorcery, right? Yeah, sorcery. Okay. Hit you. Sack you. Play the Initiate. In for 6. Uh-oh.
Oh, nope. Don't do that, buddy.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
All right, nice try.
They have to remember, oh, right, the things that it makes have that touch, too. Whoops.
Yeah, I feel like going forward there, like, getting rid of their 3-drop because they are missing land drops here, and if we can just, like, get the aggression going on them right now, like, this just ends. That's nothing.
We're bringing summons.
That's
nothing
nothing
here, yeah. Like,
Shock.
unless they have... Yeah, okay.
This
They
thing
have
face?
something to make a second spell. It does have face.
This doesn't face. Okay, so that's 6. Sure. Alright, so I'm just gonna go...
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go... Okay.
Yeah, I feel from what people who have been playing, like, Is It and Jeskai against you is that, I mean, by virtue of being the red one of the set, they really have to perfectly math out killing you, you know? And Lifelink always puts a huge wrench into that.
Yeah. Blazing Archon. Was it Zoltan Boros and Gabor Zigza? That's usually like the dual credit that I remember from the early cards. Oh my god. Uh-huh. And then?
Alright, your opponent is...
That's the end of this game. Alright, let's reveal the Wu-Tang secret. Are you ready? Oh, they're not gonna let me reveal. I will never reveal.
Alright. Dragonstorm looks like a blast so far, but I have to hop off.
All right. Well, thank you for jumping on for all of this. This was a blast.
Yeah.
So. All right. Have a good one.
Yep, see it.
Soul Search. I've been really liking this so far. I like how almost everybody in this format is playing like some level of greed, and like that's just the baseline. Like 2+1, I think, is your baseline. I'd be interested to see how powerful a very focused. It's really easy. It's super. It's just like, I really don't know what to tell you about how easy it is actually to like play 4 colors in your deck. It's really simple. Hey, Blazing Blade. We're doing like, we've been doing some 2 color plus 2 splashes shenanigans. I haven't played blue yet today, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and get the Krumar Initiate going. Love to have our Initiate. They grab that, they get a Practitioner. I'm probably just gonna bop that Practitioner on the head. And then we get to play Swamp, Cairn Butcher. Oh, okay. Well. Cairn Butcher? Do you have a counterspell? No? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They kept a 3-lane. Oh, no, they're off colors? Uh-oh. Yeah, they kept 2 islands and a monument, but they don't have any plays on it. You know? No 3s at all. They've had just this Practitioner. There's a 4. They must have, like, something to go here, right? But, like, we're so wide, we're just gonna kill them. Like, if they have a kill spell for Bone Cairn, they go to 4 instead. Alright. Riverwheel Sweep. That's... They couldn't... Okay. I understand. Alright, so I'm just gonna do this. Alright. It's up to you to stop me. Red? And? Yeah. We have so many bodies here. And even with this, even if this failed, like even if are we finally jumping into Diamond? Or Platinum, sorry. Even without this, we still have the Yarthan Roadwatcher, which is a 3/3 that comes with a recur on one of our 3-drops. So like even if they answer any of these, we just get to buy it right back. Or play it and then buy back something we mill. Oh. They were betting on the Jeskai Monument plus the 3-drop to keep them in that game long enough to be able to play like the spinning wheel kick or whatever to slow things down some more and get them more gas. But like they just didn't have any gas. And our deck is pretty good at like closing out. Like we're not like super aggressive, but like we've got like okay, yeah. What if it's like what if this? What if that's like that? That's fine. Alright, we were playing Jund. Please don't have a removal spell for our Krumar Initiate. I don't really have anything else to do. Oh, the little eyeball? How am I doing this? We're gonna go worthy cause. You. Oh, there's an ooh. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Oh, that was why I removed the, I remember now why I pulled out my little buddy, because we can't really see them with me over it. Oh my god! And? Okay. Combat, attack. Grab a Tempest Hawk? Yeah, I'll take that action, thanks. Yeah, okay. Combat, attack. You said what? Reaver, what are you yelling at me about? I thought I put the rock there because I thought the rock was funny, and then it wasn't. I thought, look, I'm... Look, I was trying to adjust I was trying to adjust in a different friend, and then... It's fine. It's fine. Look, please, you don't need to yell at me about it. It's fine. I fixed it. I haven't been looking at my op setup, was all. I was looking at that earlier. Anyway. So. That was a pair of tutus. That was like all that was. And then our opponent must have been off color. Ooh, okay. Okay, what if I just play Sinkhole Surveyor and then give Sinkhole Surveyor a blade? Alright, fixing. This is gonna go grab, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Alright. 4 colors. We got everything we need. I'm gonna get to play Nightblade, which will be nice. They're gonna kill this. There's no way this lives. Overwhelming Surge is pretty cool. This looks like a funky card until you see that it's choose one or both. Like, at first, it's easy to read that and be like, why is this the worst Abrade I've ever read? Whoa! Leave the top 6, reveal an instant sorcery or dragon. Dragons have hexproof. And their instant sorcery or thing. 5 color? Oh my god. 5 color. Okay. Alright. There are 13 artifacts in set that aren't creatures, and like 5 of them are the banners that already do a thing. So if I can just play all out assault next turn, they're just dead, right? Like, I don't think I need to do anything else other than that, so like, let's just do that. Are you dead from this? Does this kill you? Let's just... You gotta, like, bounce our bone cairn butcher here, right? So the token... The mobilized tokens don't have... haste. I'm fine with this. There wasn't really much avoiding that trade, sadly. The notice that we weren't getting the extra 4 in there makes that a little worse than I thought. I didn't realize these tokens didn't have haste until I read that specifically. But, okay, so we don't have that extra combat. It's fine. We have Death Touch on everything now, and I have Storm Beacon Blade. Yeah, that's weird that the tokens... Okay. Yeah, because I was hoping right now we'd have them at 9, and that'd be a little easier for us to get down, but, like, next turn I'm going to play a bunch of bodies, and then next turn after that we're going to play a blade and get in. So... So from here, we get to go... They can't cast the Mystic Snake that kills the enchantment, so they lost the filtering on the Devotee. Yeah, if this granted haste, it'd be very stupid. That's very true. Ooh, okay. They did have enchantment removal. Alright. I don't like how out of cards we are, but like the Storm Beacon Blade can get us out of here because we draw if we attack with 3. Crewbar Initiate is eating a kill spell if they've got one. That's for certain. We aren't off green. We've got that on Sandstep Citadel, which gives us some good recovery. Draw 3 and discard on the Meringue River Regent. This thing's wild on this other side, by the way. Okay, black. Yeah, okay. First things first, we're going to equip this token with the blade. And I think I'm going to go in for this. Get the card. Woo. And then Road Watcher. Sinkhole Surveyor? I think we have lethal. I think we're good. They've got 6 mana. We've got a kill spell for 1 blocker, and if they have 2 blockers, we are wide enough to go past. Surveyor attacks for 5 in the air with the blade. Worthy cost getting rid of, like, the 1/1. The Life Begets Death Wrath is too expensive for this, I think. I think that's, like, 8. The Sultai Wrath. There's a Tamer one I think would get them through this. It's like an enchantment that, like, wraths and then... Or not wraths, but it like, does a big enough, like, Sulfurous Blast. That'd be enough to get them out of this. But if they had that, I think they play that, quicker than Fuse, you know, roping. Love to see Roadwatcher doing something real for us. Very happy about that. That was good. I don't know, like, yeah, play a big creature, I kill that, and then you take... Not lethal, you go to 1. Okay. Problem is, like, they then would need to Wrath the next turn, and we also get a card draw off that. Okay, I made a bit of a mistake on the double combat, because I thought we were getting a little bit more out of that with the 1/1s until I'd already committed to it, so part of... When you make a mistake, you do need to, like, at least follow through. Don't, don't let the mistake compound, right? Like, I wasn't going to not attack because of that. I was still going to push in for the damage that we could. Sure, this looks fine. All assault later, a lot of bodies to go with it. Good fixing. This is nice. Oh, okay. Four colors again, and this search is a piece of fixing. Yeah, this is a reference to the Dragonfire Vial, like, buddy, from the original Cons block. Putting a counter so that we can get over this 3 toughness thing. It grabbed, like, a Heart Piercer bow or Dragonfire Vial. This lets them grab a full fixing and a big dragon play. So, that's pretty good. If they have a... Oh, no, they are just... Oh, boy. Okay, we don't have red for all-out assault. We have 4 sources we can draw off it. This gets to attack over, unless they have Dragon Breath going on. I think we're attacking here. And then I'm going to play the Nurturer. Go big. I had to think on that one. My hope is that they play a 4/4 dragon that gets 1 counter. We can exile it. Another globe. Uh-oh. That's... okay. 3 mana. We are pondering many, many orbs. I will ponder that orb. All right. Hello! And then they're going to go search the Boulder Dragon, which is a 3/3 with Vigilance. That's great, because the Exhale here will kill this still. It is a 3/3 with Flying Vigilance. So if they go ahead and play that... Oh, no! Ooh! Alright, hold on. We need full control in combat. Alright. The way this is going to work... This creature is hexproof if it hasn't dealt damage yet. However, once it deals damage, it's still in combat, blocking. Okay. And it's still a blocking creature. Oh, okay. And then we get the Sage. That felt dangerous, but it worked. It got us through. So they're at 11. They can play a 5/5 flyer. That's pretty good. I'd probably just attack all in and then Whale a War to pick up some bodies. Well, I don't know how many bodies. Uh-oh. Okay. We're still gonna go in. Okay. I don't like the Dragonstorm Forecaster blocking here. I'm gonna pass. The idea here is that I'm actually worried about a sweeper if they did that chomp. I don't think I like that block as an option. I think they're going to attack for 2 in the air and then Wrath of God. Not happy to be correct here. Okay, they don't have a land. We get the Sage. We get the Krumar. Actually, no, we get the Nurturer. Do it again. So landfall gets them 4/4 dragons. Which, you know. Oh, that's bad. Okay. I think we're still fine. We don't have lethal, but we do wrath their board out. The problem is that they have landfall dragons for the rest of the game. And they just drew a bunch of cards. So every card they have is live. Any land they have is a 4/4 dragon. Any non, or yeah, I say 4/4. Any non-land might even be worse. They might just want landfall for the rest of the game. I'm gonna test them here. I think they have something, but I'd rather them spend removal on not Bone Cairn Butcher. That's the idea. I want a piece of removal on not this. I want them to spend it here in combat. Okay, that's so good for us. Oh my god. Yeah, spend them all. Okay. Landfall, get a dragon. Also, they're all life gain lands, too. That's annoying. So this is 1/1 counter and make things into clones. We don't get double combat every turn. We just get one combat. This card is not double combat every turn. It's just double combat there. Okay, that gets a land for them, which is another 6/6. They're at 3, but the problem is we need a way to finish this, and they have, you know, they have us dead in 2 turns on the board. Hello. A lethal threat. Landfall, make it. This thing is such a beating. we're trying so hard. Ooh, now we don't have lethal because that was another duel. Do they have the 5-color thing that likes dragons? Oh? Off the top rope? Nah, okay. Alright. That attack is extremely not, I do not agree with. We don't get to punish him for it, but... Damn, The thing that's killer there is, like, seeing the sweeper coming and not having the right... I saw it too late, right? Like, the turn that I attacked in, like if we had known the sweeper was coming, making like a 4/4 off of the 2-drop would have been more correct. Or just getting it above. They did like it was very clear it was coming, but it was too little too late on seeing it. Derek's 16, born in the year. 1916. This one's fine. This one looks a little funky, but like I like having the monument to fix this up. Initiate is one of my favorites that we've had so far. And we have Teeming Dragonstorm with some bodies. This card is nuts. Alright, what are we at? Like 4-2, I think was what we're at. Alright, how fast out the gates are we? Okay, like seeing that too. Devotee. I'm gonna go ahead and Abzan Monument for a black source. Maybe they play another one toughness creature. We can get the on multiples. Like another creature that we can kill with this. Okay. That's fine. We'll just go ahead and play the initiate here. Counterspell? Are you on the blue exile? The blue exile is mana leak for 2 or 4 if you have a dragon around. Maybe just fight spell or the bite spell? Maybe they're just looking at like a bunch of different. Okay, they were on an exile. It was just the green one instead of the blue one. Same effect, I suppose. Alright, Teeming Dragonstorm gets us some bodies. Shrieker gets us removal. Again, if we can whale for 2, it'd be really... Ooh, boy, alright. I don't know if they have black in here, but, you know. What the hell is this? When this card enters, you can mill any other lands you control. Exile this card from your graveyard. What the... That thing's so big, what the hell? Also, 2 Whispers on the mill? Damn, okay. Number of lands in your grave? Okay. No lands in the grave, because that was... Tail, target you, reveal. Alright. Clean. Now the thing is, how much big beef do they have in their deck? 3 cards in hand, they have some redraws, but they don't have the mana for that right now. Alright. They got the ring. They're gonna make a 2/2 by just exiling that for 0. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna Sonic Shrieker and get the Devotee off the table. I realize that gives up the Teeming Dragonstorm synergy, but I think with this hand I'm okay with that. I have different lines of action. Tygom, uh-oh. Ooh, Tygom's really good. This is, when you cast your second spell, you get a copy of it, and the original gets suspended for 4 turns. So they can exile a creature from graveyard, return target answer sorcery, which then gets them the Essence Anchor. Yeah, they've got, like, stuff happening here. So they get Piercing Exile back, but they can't Piercing Exile anything on this. They're not big enough. I'm gonna go ahead and just make some bodies. Their hand is some redraws and a million survey. Okay. Interesting. So they have some redraws and they have a fight spell. The fight spell, or the bite spell, not the fight spell. I don't like this game going long because Tygom gives them a lot of, like, repeated value. We want to win with All Out Assault on, like, not this next turn, but the turn after. I want... Okay, if they're harmonizing, that's really good. They don't have enough to bite down. I'm gonna take 4 here. I might be able to all-out assault next turn? No. We'll go the turn after. Okay. They have a kill spell or a tap spell? They tap target creature, draw a card. That's fine. That doesn't change my plan. Alright. Next turn, all out assault. They have suspend on 2. They can Essence Anchor by using Unending Whisper. I hope that that's what they do. I want them to be a little tapped low here. I want them to have little resources. There's, yeah, you know. Okay, Whisper from hand. Okay. That doesn't change the outcome here, I don't think. Please attack. Any attackers are really good for us right now. Alright. I think this is good enough. Yeah, I think that's good enough. In the air. There's too many creatures in the air to stop. I will shank many ankles. Thanks, Sonic Shrieker. I'm glad this worked. This was a bit of a worry using the Dragonstorm before using the Shrieker for, like, not going value, but I think this is a game we can't go value, because, like, look at this. We can't play a long game. If they untap with the Elephant, we lose our Flyer, too, which would be really bad. No, they're like, they were doing combat math. They hadn't done the flying math yet. They were doing like the ground math. Especially like if you don't realize that there was a second combat coming, like that's definitely a set of blocks you make, like, you know, oh, all right, final game. Let's go. Maximum Magic today. We got 9 games, both drafts. That was good. That's good stuff. Let's see if we can get it to 7 on twice. Yeah, these were some decks, too. Futility. No red, but, you know. Alright. Evolving Wilds. Anyway. So next turn I get to play Windsguard Craig, grab a monument. We want to find a card to go with Sage, but like we have enough filler things before that. They've got mana themselves. They've just got 4 colors on their end too. They're really good at this. They're just as strong. I'll block with a 1/1 token very easily. Okay. I think I'm going to play the Plains, and I'm going to go ahead and play the Kintree Nurturer here. Or the Evil Chuckling. I drew my red source. Alright, so I'm going to make 1/1s on this. We're just going wide against the Devotee. I think our opponent has removal, but we have a bunch of junk, right? Like, what are you doing? Right? Like, what, you gotta fight, you have a bite, you have the green exhale, but like, what are you exhaling, right? Like, these are 1/1s. Think seriously gonna kill my 2/1 with an exhale? You know how good I feel every time I get a shot like that? Like, I really love being able to call a shot. Our creatures have keywords. Yeah. Our creatures have no text. Please spend your removal. Alright. Go for it. We got 1/1s for days. Alright, I'm gonna play a thing that's gonna get hit by a kill spell. We're gonna play Nightblade Brigade, and they're gonna kill this. Next turn, we get to play Monument plus Sage of the Skies, and that'll be our double flyer, and that's going to be our win con. Yeah, okay. Yeah? Ooh, bargain. No, they get better cards. Okay. Okay, that's good. Thanks, Nightblade Brigade. I appreciate you. What do we put in the grave? We put a land and a removal spell. Oh, all our creatures are shitty. Why do they want a removal spell? Like... What do you want a kill spell for, anyway? So next turn they're dead, right? Like, not... I don't think I all-out assault here. Like, I think we go for the Sage of the Skies, because that's a really good, like, flyer, evasive, it's 2 bodies. You know, there's a lot of reasons to do that. Okay. Yeah, you got it, boss. You have a 1? Okay. There's no way you're spending your... Unless you're using it to draw 2. Desperate Measure's your own. Okay. Sure. I figured they had Desperate Measures because of that attack, but I wasn't certain if they would pull the trigger. And I'm really happy that they did. This is quite good for us. Because our body's still in play. We want, yeah. Alright. 5 lands. They can play a 6th. They've got a lot of unknowns, but we just have a lot of bodies. If they're just playing removal, that's pretty good for us. The all-out assault might not be lethal here. We'll have to see. A tapped land. Okay. They have something. I'm just gonna go for it. Worst case is Disenchant? I think that might be what it is, actually. Yeah, alright. I'll take my 2 combats. Crewbar Initiate is a way for us to buy pretty heavily into this game for the long term. Losing the all-out is not great. Okay, this gives it reach. So, take note. Reach. Alright. Chip it. I hope they don't have a kill spell. Okay, that draws them a card. That's pretty good. I think they kill spell initiate if they have one. Yeah, alright. Damn. That's getting big. That still has reach, still what you're leaving back. Okay. Yeah, that's a good card. Hey, we're doing less than I did at first. You can just put the exiled creature under it to count it. This makes an XX where X is 3. I don't think I need that right now. I think I'd rather hold that for a little bit bigger. Evolving Wilds, sure. 2 cards in hand. We're going to get a really good draw here because this is Surveil then draw. It's instant speed. We're not playing it in instant. We're playing it sorcery. I ain't caring about that. I can block with the Nightblade Brigand, but like, whatever. Yeah. This is where they just make a 7/7, but we have a Death Toucher, so they have to go wide instead. Alright. Give me some card. No thank you, and no thank you. S. Yeah. Alright. So good news, there are 5 lands left in the 19. Oh, that's terrible. Uh-oh. Because this gives trample lifelink on the big side. It's not an overrun, though. The Death Toucher still puts us in a fine position. Our life total is not too low. Finally got to play the Rhino. I'm so happy. Alright, so they get 3 counters, spread. Yeah, sure. Full moved, and then, like, I don't think they come in still. That doesn't really bother me. That's not too big of an issue. The Surveil's good, because it's going to make their draws better. 10 cards in deck. Okay, 4 lands in grave, 5, 9 in play, so that's, okay. 3 left in these? 3 or 4? We'll have to see. So that's lifelink their team? That ain't great. Not quite happy about that. Not a lot good to be done about it, but, like, It just sort of is. I'm gonna make blocks assuming that their hand is empty. It's kind of the only thing I have in mind. So we're gonna go kill this bit here. We're gonna go kill the... Actually, no, we'll kill the... I don't want that to recur. We're gonna kill you. And you. And then we're gonna put... Actually, no, hold on. Bonk, bonk, bonk. 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 We'll go like this. We'll take 5, 6, 7, 8. They're gonna gain 1,000,000. We get rid of a good chunk of their board. We lose a lot of ours. But, like, if they have a trick, like, it's not great. But I don't see a lot of ways of working around. Okay. Kill spell, meaning we take 7 and we don't kill the biggest creature on the board. 1 card left in hand. Hopefully we're still just, like, chilling. I want to draw a rebuy so I can, like, rebuy the Rhino. We can get in for flying damage here. Okay. Well. Dictum. Do you have a follow-up? Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Here we go. Huh, okay. Road Watcher. So we get to go grab... I don't think it's Rhino. I think it's our Death Toucher. I think the Death Toucher is actually the most meaningful creature right now. Okay. Seven in theirs, 10 in ours. So if they have a kill spell, things are bad, but, like, we just can't play around things anymore. Because, like, if they had a kill spell, we're dead regardless. Like, I can't, like, lean back on it. Okay. What are we doing here? Yeah, okay. I think I necessarily have to block and trade. We're gonna get our Raise Dead, and that's gonna buy us out of the game, right? Okay, so getting the Raise Dead means that we can pick up Sage for multiple bodies and another Death Toucher? No, well, we can't play the... Okay, so if I play the Road Watcher, I'm not winning the mill out game. That's the problem with playing the Road Watcher. It's 2 bodies, but it means I can't win on mill, and I don't know if I can beat them by 24. Sage and Death Touch. Because it gives Surveil, and we can afford to spend this if it goes, like, we can flip this if we wanted. I will take the Lifelinker. Alright. I don't know that we can outlast this, but we're gonna try. The win con has become... If they have a Omen in their deck, we can't beat them. What does this do? Menace. If this deals combat damage, or if a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage, draw a card. Okay. Do they have another board breaker is the question. If they have an Omen, we can't deck them out. We need to, like, not have them have an Omen. Alright. 4 in deck for them. They have 11 lands in play, 12 lands in play, and 4 in grave, so most of them are gone. We'll kill this Marshal so we can't have that happen to us. Okay. They have 1 more land and like 4 more spells in this. Uh-oh. Oh! Okay, go to 3. Okay. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, look at the top card of your library. If it's land, reveal it, put it in your hand. If you don't put the card in your hand, you may put it in the graveyard. Okay. I think we're gonna make it. 1 card in deck. 1 land, 2 real. That's a lot of bodies. They have 1 card left in deck. Alright. Kill me. This is the final turn. Kill me or don't. Oh! Oh my god. Alright. Okay. I think we're still fine. If they had drawn that card any turn but last, right? If she had shown up any turn but final turn, I think we lose. Because, like, they just, like, sack this 1/1 token, and then they have, like, you know, Trampler, Menace, and some, like, enough bodies to force terrible blocks out of us. Holy smokes. Love to play Magic. Oh, God. Love an excellent game. All right. Let's call it here. Let's open some packs, and close it up. Wrap it up. Close it down. 4-bet is so cool. 1-3 and still smart. That was 7-2-7-2. We went to max games on all of these. Alright. We're gonna take a look at cards as we go by. We got our duels. These were from cons originally, so of course they're back here. These have, like, you know, Scoured Barrens, and some of these are, like, duels that have, like, combat going on. We have like, you know, we have, like post-skirmish stuff. Like, you see these battlefields. The devotees are really strong. I like these for filtering. Impressed by, like, all of them having, like, fairly relevant bodies. That was good. Form. This, I'm not sure if this... Oh, the fact that this has exile 1 card to guard draw, I think this does enough. Yeah, it makes sense that they would be enemy colored so that Abzan and Mardu can be on the same battlefield. Orb. I liked our opponent playing Orb, by the way. I thought that was a really cool deck. Like, with the Dragonstorm searcher. Hell yeah. Got a ton of trans pride going on in here with Alesha and fellow. Like, she was so good in that first draft, the pair of her. Yeah. These are like fine. I don't know. These are like acceptable bodies that I really don't want to pay like too much for. Tempest Hawk. I like the Messenger. I think this one's pretty cool. I don't know how I like Twin Bolt. I think creatures are a little too big for this to be super effective. I might be wrong on that, though. I thought you had flying. Really like this. Mobilize is interesting. It played out a lot like how I thought, but not exactly how I thought. There's a lot more, like... There's some snowballingness to it, but there's also, like, back and forth on just, like, this is really vulnerable because it has to go into combat. The Abrade, but both. This one's pretty hilarious. These Dragonstorms are cool. Zergo's Spider. Okay, what do we got here? Roar of the Endless Soul. I shall play you the Song of Temur. Die. You must die. Like, just the most not Gruul ass going on here. Make a 5/5, make a 5/5, 20. This card's very, very powerful. That's right, you were thinking about Elephant. It's true. I forgot. This saga ends because your opponent disappears. Awaken the Honored Dead. Oh, okay, this starts strong. Mill 3. Okay, it starts strong, and then it's, like, fine on the back end. It has, like, a Raised Dead that you have to cycle a card for. Mill 3. Okay. Inevitable defeat. This is, a play on, Utter End, I think? I think that was the same text, with the uncounterability and the Drain 3 on it, giving it a lot more, heat. Hi, Windcrag Siege. Appreciate you, Windcrag Siege. You did a lot of work with Windcrag Siege. Yeah, they lose the life. It's a Drain 3, so... As long as you're not hitting your own thing, which should be weird. But Windcrag Siege, I like that front side on Windcrag Siege. I love these cards. I also love the alt arts. I've talked about those. The alt arts are some of my favorite arts in the whole set. They look like our combat, our field. That's Craig. That's Windy Craig. Sure. I don't know if I believe in this card. I think it's a lot more of a real thing in Constructed, where, like, your deck can deal with the token in a lot more manner. The problem with this playing in, like, Limited is that if you use this to get, like, a bomb out of their hand, it can go really bad if this thing dies and they get, like, a 5/5. Like, that, they don't put mana investment on it. So the thing about Skyclave Apparition that makes it really powerful is that your opponent's putting, like, 4 or less mana into it, and you're putting 3 mana into it, and then they get back a body after a little more. But yeah, Oh, Loon. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. We just finished up a pair of drafts. We're kind of talking about the set and looking at some cards as we wrap up. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Everybody showing up. Hi. I'm Slyo. We're doing Dragonstorm, Tarkir. A new set that just released on Arena today. Nick, it's like 10:30. I've already done 2 drafts. I can't do one. Yeah! Alicia's Smile at Death here is so good. I love this card being around. We've got pickup, like you get the like Alicia pickup, but you get it every turn for 2 cards. So we'll do this for its fight. Just won 7 games and sealed this card? Yeah. But yeah. Hell yeah. Like, having both Alicia, who looks like she's wearing cat ears, yes. Yo, Anafenza is also messed up because Anafenza is on any creature death of yours, non-token, Endure, which gets Anafenza huge and also makes up a lot of bodies very quickly. Also is a flash blocker. Like, yeah, Transgecko rep, yeah. Hi, all out assault. I have to, like, hand you, what, 4 victories? I think this card won 4 games. And we did not pick Dracogenesis, but this card's very funny. This is more of a, like, hell yeah, I'm a fun haver, I'm a deck builder, I'm a game winner. Yeah, the Naturalize was a good answer to it. There were a couple of answers that went really well for it. All right, let's open the last of these, and then we'll finish things up. Oh. Hold on, there's going to be a couple more packs. I love this one, damn. Okay, that did... Wild Ride, here's our Reckless Charge. Reckless Charge. Molten Exhale, very clear top common. I think all the exhales, maybe minus the blue, are like, if you're first picking a card and it's one of these, you're fine. Like, I think all of these are like, if you're playing any of them, you're fine. Yeah, the red exhale next to the white exhale. The white exhale is 5 damage and can gain some life. Second spell costs 1 less each turn. The Bellringer Jin. Okay. This dragon was doing some good stuff. Yeah, the blue one isn't like top common, but it's like if you're playing it, I think you're fine. Yo, okay. This one, I think, is a nifty card. We've been slowly moving back toward, for a long time, we've been moving towards, like, Regrowth as a card is, like, near at the power level that's printable. But Regrowth as a card also, just flat, isn't something we give green anymore. Green tends to get recursion that says permanent on it, which is why Regrowth doesn't really see the reprints that it does. We do see, it's not 100% out of it, but like, because we do see green cards that recur anything, even, but like, more so. This being an instant is what makes me really excited about this card. I think that's rad. Aurora Borealis. On this unbroken night. Mammoth Below. This is a hell of a call herd. The big thing about this call herd is that you can tap your 5/5 to make a 3-mana 5/5. This is a 3/1. I think I saw this earlier and thought it was a 2/1, and I was like, oh, okay, that's like fine, whatever. This is also one of the best 1-drops I can think of in recent memory for, even for like cube level stuff. This is on the, like, because this is a card that you can play and then have it also be like a threat on 2, either by pumping it to 3 power or making a body much like Usher of the Fallen. We are Armament Dragon. Check this out. Scorpions got big. Voice of Victory, we saw this card, very, very strong. Attacks for 3, no combat tricks. When this enters play, destroy target non-basic land and opponent controls. Its controller searches for a basic, puts it in play with a stun counter and tapped. That's cool. I like this giving a stunned land. I think that's actually really neat as a way to do a Ghost Quarter. Also, 4/5 flyer for 4. This card whips. This is similar to things like Thirst for Knowledge, Compulsive Research, all the other thirsts and stuff. The Harmonize on this is extremely powerful. Blue's card draw game in the last, like, 6 months has been outrageous. I know that blue is blue, but, like, these are some real cards. Here's Life Begets Death. Death Begets Life. So, you can't... This Wrath is very funny. You can't... Hi, Rue. The draw isn't optional. So... You need to not mill. This one is a lot harder to work with. This format doesn't have a lot of, like, unconditional wraths. We have this, and we have the like, Teamer Sweeper. And, like, this is, like, can kill you if the board's too big, right? If you're too stalled. It can be just right if you don't have enough. This is a Decree of Pain, basically. Black 6. With cycling Black 3. So, but it also, I've played with Firefly enough to hear Life Begets Death just in my ears, so I keep thinking, that's why I keep calling it that. Here's the real stuff right here. Now we're talking. The dragons with laser beams, pretty dang powerful. That landfall is incredible. All right, we have the last ones, then we'll go. This is one of the most expensive removal spells I've ever seen. It's not unplayable. It's just $1 million for Flame Slash, you know? Like, the real killer here, yeah, Malamet, you pointed out the part that I missed the first time I looked at this. I was like, okay, that's, like, fine as an instant. Ooh. Synchronized Charge, we saw this earlier. It's effectively another, like, travel prep, and that's really good. Hey, we got the snack. Love you. This is a really good one. Like, we have a lot of these cards over the years, like these more modal cards that make for a like best of one sideboard in the main, where like you can play this, and yes, now you have an answer to an Overlord in play or something like that. So this land cycle is really cool. I like that they don't call out don't have the mana symbols, they call out the lands. So this is still playable in an EDH deck that is just, is it? You don't have to be playing white to be playing this. That's like a smart EDH choice for this. And these are just like nice because we're going to be, like, these work in the way that, like, you know, we have slots like this in Constructed. These were like the Boseiju slot stuff. Like, sometimes you just have some lands that do things, and you're like, okay, late game, I have a way of getting back into the game if I'm top decking. Tygom, we saw this on the opponent's side. This is a card that means you need to kill your opponent now. The late game power that Tygom gives is unreal as far as like recursion. You get a copy of your spell and the original goes suspended. When that suspended one goes off, it's your first spell for the turn. So your next spell will suspend and copy. So you keep going. Anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you all for joining. I hope you had a fun time with today's drafts. I know I did. This was a very rad set. We're going to be doing more of this on Friday. But before that, we have Dragon Warrior Wednesday and Like a Dragon Thursday. If you want to catch more of that, you can always follow. See when I go live. 7 Central's the normal start time. We went early today, so we could do story stuff. We did start drafting at 7. But yeah, thank you to everybody who subbed today. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate the support and such. But I just appreciate you being here and having a good time too. Can't ask for more than that. Anywho.